Metropolitan Water District. I specialize in fish ecology, and I'm your MC for the day. So I'm going to remind everyone why we're here and what we're talking about, but just some quick logistics first. So this is a hybrid meeting, and it is being recorded. The recording will be made available on the State Water Contractors website after today. If you are in person, thanks for traveling. The bathrooms are out the hall. The emergency exits are down the stairs that we came through. There's a door up front and a door in the back. There's also pastries and coffee and treats, so please help yourself. And we do have several breaks scheduled for today. We have an afternoon break, a lunch break where lunch will be provided for those who are in person. A morning break, a lunch break, and then an afternoon break. And if you're joining remotely and are having trouble connecting, please text Linda Stanley. Her number is up on the screen. And if you're online and you have questions, you can drop them into the chat box. We have 4 moderators today, so we'll be monitoring your chats and posting them and addressing them as we have time. We are going to do 2 live anonymous polls today. The first is going to be when Brad speaks at 10:40, and then there's another one in the afternoon. So if you're in person, if during the break, which is at 10, if you can, I think we're going to have the QR codes in the back that people can scan and pull up on your phone so that you can be part of that live poll. If you're online, the poll will automatically pop up for you in real time, so you don't have to do anything. Okay. So today's symposium is focused on spring season San Joaquin River flows and South Delta exports. And we're here today to talk about where did we begin and what have we learned. We are going to have a series of presentations followed by a panel discussion afternoon. So our learning objectives for the day are to clarify our scientific understanding of export limits during the pulse flow period, including the import to export ratio. To identify our priority scientific uncertainties, and to consider how regulations might be used to protect juvenile salmonids while balancing the different water supply needs that we have. So our speakers for today, Bruce Herbold's going to kick things off for us. He's going to be talking about the inflow to export ratio and how that adds to the regulatory toolkit that we have available to us. Greg Gartrell is then going to talk about a history of the related regulations and how the current import to export regulation came about. We'll then take a break, and Greg is going to discuss why it's so difficult to find a relationship between juvenile salmonid survival and exports by exploring some of the delta hydrodynamics at key locations in the South Delta. And we're going to talk a lot about tides, inflows, and exports, and how that all kind of makes it difficult to tease out some of the questions that we have. Then Bradley Cavallo is going to speak about hydrodynamics and hypotheses for juvenile salmonids in the Delta, and he's going to walk us through a live poll to help us get an understanding of the different conceptual models that we have in how we think about exports and inflows and how that is relating to juvenile salmonid behavior. Then Rebecca is going to synthesize data to help us understand the effects that water project operations are having on juvenile survival on salmon and steelhead in the South Delta. Now, over the past 10 years, we have had about, upwards of 10,000 acoustically tagged fish that have traveled through the South Delta. So we have a lot of information, and Rebecca has analyzed a lot of that today and is going to be sharing, what she's finding with all of us. So it's a great opportunity to hear from her. We're then going to have lunch. Again, if you're in person, lunch is going to be here. It's provided. For those online, lunch is about an hour. After the break, Stig Zeug is going to give us a short presentation on salmonid behavior in the tidal delta. And this is really going to help us merge what we've heard about exports and tides and inflows in the morning with how salmon might be using the delta, and kind of merge those 2 topics of hydrodynamics, routing survival behavior together. That's going to set us up for a really great discussion this afternoon. We're going to have a series of panel questions, and then we're going to open up for audience questions. And to wrap our day up, we're going to have a hypothesis reevaluation live poll, which Brad is going to lead us through. We'll be asking our panel for any kind of concluding remarks that they might have or want to share, and we'll be wrapped up by 5. So again, thank you everyone for joining. And to kick things off, I'm going to invite Bruce to come up.
Good morning. I hadn't been thinking about this much for the last few years, but let's dive in. And do I get a picture? There's me. There's my title. I worked for 21 years with the Environmental Protection Agency and then retired about 10 years ago and have been working as a private consultant ever since. Not full-time, and life is okay. So this is my favorite picture of the estuary, just an orientation. This was, I think, 1983. You can tell that there's a high flow. There's lots of sediment in the water, especially on the Sacramento side, not so much on the San Joaquin. And so this is your orientation to the delta in case you didn't know. And yeah, you are here. And it wasn't always like that. I love the work the San Francisco estuary people have been doing on historical delta. And you can really see that the San Joaquin delta was really different than the Sacramento delta. All these little tiny channels, all this is just really a big, vast wetland, as opposed to the Sacramento side, which really was a river and floodplain. Really, really different. That's the one on the left, in case you had any doubts. The one on the right is the current situation. And if you just pause for a moment and imagine the tides coming in and out in those two configurations, it's pretty easy to see that you're flooding a wetland or you're moving water up the river channels on the old style, and the tides come in and go everywhere in a basic whirl mixer on the right. So it's a very different issue. Greg will get more to that. And Greg, you can see it over there, so you don't need to, yeah, so. And so when I started working here, biologists were not paying much attention to tidal work. We thought that they just did go in and out and didn't make much of an impact. And it goes out hugely. So the tide volume changes by season, by day, by hour. And there's actually 17 different tidal cycles at work. So it's really complex, but it's actually predictable. And you can see there's 300,000 or so going in and out. And whether it's mostly going in or mostly going out changes through the course of the month. And even up on the San Joaquin River there, it's 1,000 and 2,000 up above the Stockton Deepwater Ship, Jonathan. So it's a big flow because the river is not always that much itself. And so I want to just do some vocabulary. This is the vocabulary here through the rest of the day, so I thought it was my job since I was the first speaker to cover it. And essential bits are the difference between flows and velocities. Flows are volumes of water, so they're cubic feet per second. And you can take that either as net flows, so you average them over the tidal day, or instantaneous flows, which is what the fish might actually see. Those two things are totally separate. You can have net flows that are one direction and tidal flows that are completely opposite in various different volumes. So translating that in a small channel, the same volume will give you much faster velocities, as everybody with that conceptually. And that, we'll talk about riverine systems and tidal systems. In the riverine system, it doesn't change much if you average it over the day or not. If you take instantaneous versus net daily riverine flows, then they're not very different, but down in the delta, they are vastly different. And just lastly, migration, the intentional movement of fish, and they use the tides and they use the riverine flows to help them get where they're going. It is not known by everybody, but a small migrating salmon moving down the river will be facing upriver and letting himself go or herself go downstream rather than swimming generally downstream. But that changes too at the course of the day. All right, so just put this in context. This is the tidal flows in blue and the net delta flows in green, and you can see that at some moments they are the same, but generally they are way, way different, either strongly negative or strongly positive away from the net daily flow, and that's tied to the phases of the moon. So I want to talk about 4 regulatory tools. The one I am most tied to is X2. That's the distance from the Golden Gate to where the average daily salinity is 2 parts per thousand. And that really relates to fish. If you know what the salinity of the water is, you can make a very good guess about what fish you're going to catch if you throw your net in there. The people who collect delta smelt in the wild or used to collect delta smelt in the wild were particularly good at that. They could go out and they needed to get fish to spawn, and they could get exactly on the spot and catch the pre-spawning adults. So they had it down. All the fundamental water quality issue is salinity. And the EI ratio, we just want to alert you to the fact that we have two of these and they sound alike. EI in both cases, well, in E, the E means exports, total exports, but the I in the EI ratio is the total delta inflow. So that's mostly Sacramento River water. But the I in the IE ratio is just the inflow on the San Joaquin, which is usually less than a tenth of what's coming out in the Sacramento. So those numbers really, really are different. And of course, the ratio of exports to inflow can go from near zero if you're not exporting anything to almost the whole thing. We did back in 1987 or so. We hit a day where the EI ratio is 0.96. So the monthly average was only 0.8, but you know it was not a good time to be a fish. And then we get into the flows of those river channels leading to the export facilities, and they're taking mostly Sacramento River water, and they're old and middle river, and because they're supplying the exports, they're mostly flowing towards the exports and not downstream. So that's usually a negative number, unless it's something like 2017. And lastly, the one for today is the IE ratio, and I already described that. Putting into context, this is last Friday's world. So we have the low salinity zone, that's the LSZ, the kind of edge of where you can use the water for any off-river uses, and it's up there near Rio Vista. Outflows at 4,700 cubic feet per second, which is about half of the water coming in, and we're exporting at about 2,500 CFS. So the X2 is at 100, the EI is about 0.24. OMR, you can calculate if you subtract the San Joaquin from the exports, you get a good enough for me OMR estimation. Greg can go on in much more detail about that. So we're about at a minus 2,200 of those flows flowing from the central delta down to the pumps. And the IE ratio, since the San Joaquin is flowing at 215 CFS and the exports are at 2,500 CFS, is about 0.08. So it's hard to get out of the San Joaquin today. Fortunately, nobody is trying. And just backing it up to a wet year, not the chaotic wet year of 2017, but the one before that, 2011, you can see the differences. The numbers are all substantially bigger. Even the San Joaquin is flowing at 5,600. So X2 is down near Chips Island. This is in the middle of summer in September. So it can be done. And the EI ratio, they're taking a lot of water because it's summer and it's there, so they can. And we had come out of a dry year, so they needed it. And the OMR is about minus 5750. A lot of water flowing south, and Greg will get into why that 5,000 number is important. And the IE ratio, they're taking about half. The San Joaquin is supplying about half of the export volumes, which is better by some measures, but. And so, looking at that, what do they mean? What do they mean for a fish? X2, as I said, reflects that salinity gradient, and the fish position themselves along that salinity gradient. There are some that don't care. There's staghorn sculpin just doesn't care. Their abundance does not change with salinity. And there are migratory ones, and they move through the estuary, so they will maybe move out more quickly or more slowly, depending on what the X2 is, but they're going to have to pass through it. And the EI ratio doesn't really have any physical aspect. There's no way that a fish can say what the export inflow ratio is at a given time. And since you can get the same EI ratio at vastly different flows, it's really not something that directly relates to fish. But when it's 0.96, it's hard to imagine that many fish get out. So OMR versus the IE ratio, they're both trying to protect fish in the South Delta itself. And flows in Olden River, because they're what's supplying the pumps, are almost always negative. The San Joaquin inflow, as I said, is a very small fraction. So making a ratio of those two is fairly predictable and not really any more related to physics than the EI ratio. A little bit more, because you are actually dealing with small volumes of water all the time. But we'll get into that. But I want to set the ground for those four regulatory tools. They do different things. And we do different things. To keep water from going down, keep it in the San Joaquin and not going to the pumps when it comes down the San Joaquin River, we have built these barriers, keeping both the water and the fish from going straight to the pumps and more going down into the Central Delta. And that led to Dr. Chuck Hansen and me working on a project called VAMP, which I'm going to dive into because it tried to answer this question. How do the ratio of San Joaquin inflows and exports affect a fish coming out of the San Joaquin when we're particularly concerned about salmon and steelhead? And we set up a 12-year study. We had 5 experimental combinations of flows and exports to compare. California's hydrology gave us, in the course of those 12 years, we got 8 years that actually fit the design. And we sampled fish a lot. When we started, we were releasing hundreds of thousands of baby salmon with tags in them, and then trying to capture them down at Chips Island and see how many made it under the different experimental conditions. That was a really, really awkward experimental condition, and it fell apart. And fortunately, Rebecca came and her friends with acoustic tags came along, and we could suddenly we could follow each individual fish with its little acoustic tag and see where it ended up, at least for steelhead. So we were constrained. You can't have that old river barrier that flows over 7,000. You had a smelt opinion that required that the exports during that period be less than half of the Vernalis flow. So that's a major cut. And you have to export at least 1,500. That there are people who rely on that directly, and they don't have any storage, so they get first cut, first dibs. And this was our experimental design. We had 4 flows going up to 7,000. We had 3 exports. It was only at the 7,000 flow where we could have 2 different export levels, and that was really where we're getting at what does it matter what exports are in relation to flow. But by having 3 different export levels and 4 different flows, we had high hopes of answering this question. And we were first off told, no, it'll never happen, because the San Joaquin River operators had never coordinated with each other before. But they took on the challenge, and they nailed it. You can see it was a substantial increase in San Joaquin flows. All that dark blue water was water added by them. And we came within 7% of the target down at Vernalis. Lots of miles away. They nailed it. And we also had some problems with just measuring the flows. But it was an interesting time and a really remarkable example of managing to coordinate. And they did coordinate. They weren't the same. They weren't all set. They had 6 a.m. phone calls to decide who had the water to supply for that day's target and what the fish were doing in their river and what they could do without harming their fish that were spawning or are coming out. And they nailed it. Easier to set export levels. That did not require so much coordination. You just set the knobs and they stayed there. This is what we actually got. We got none of the flows between 5,700 and 7,000, so we never got the 2 different export levels. We only got one of the 5,700, and most of them were at the low end of the scale. So we did. I'm still very impressed with the work that everybody coordinated to get done. I think the design was as good as we could get at the time with our ignorance, and we just didn't get any results. Well, we got results. We got lots of results, and part of the reason that we ran into problems is we ran out of fish. This is the abundance of adult returns. And it used to line up nicely with what the river flows were, and then they didn't. And so we couldn't get our hundreds of thousands of young salmon from the hatchery. And so we were in trouble, and the acoustic tags came on right then. And so we started switching over to looking at survival by acoustic tag data. And that was the door that opened to doing the work we're doing now. That was a bad time. And then in 2009, NIMS had to do something to protect the San Joaquin salmon and San Joaquin smelt, San Joaquin steelhead, especially the steelhead, because they were listed. And so they set up a table as using the best data they could that set a minimum level of CVP and SW exports, and then a ratio to try to make that context. Everybody thinks that if you have more inflows, you should be able to export more. We don't have any data to support that, or the other way around either. But this is what NIMS, using the data we had at the time, set. And that's what we've been living under, a variation on this ever since. So my conclusions. I have come to think that the IE ratio does its job, but not by the ways that we were trying to address in VAMP. At high flow times, a lot of the problems in the San Joaquin River go away, in the riverine portion of the river. And you have greater turbidity, which shields the fish from predation. You have dilution of the farm runoff that's coming off the San Joaquin Valley into the San Joaquin River. And that's got lots of possible impacts. So that, and simply high flows help move fish down the river and increase survival. So there's lots of good things there. There's also, you're probably coming into spring after, if you have high flows, you probably have lots of cold water in the reservoir, so you're probably seeing better temperatures than you would in a year like this. So there's lots of riverine reasons to think that higher flows are beneficial. And down in the delta, that if you put a barrier at the head of Old River, you move all that riverine stuff past the export intakes, so it stays upstream. And then you're in the delta where OMR and other things are probably more important. You want to see what the export impacts are, kind of as export impacts on survival. And you're trying to balance that. Well, if it's a good wet year, then you're getting more fish down, and maybe you can balance out exports with inflow that way. But I've become more convinced that they are independent things that combine cumulatively on salmon survival. But there's other things you can do. If you want to protect fish out of the central delta, whether they're smelt or salmonids, you can have OMRs set. You can have great stuff using X2 or floodplain management, both of which require some water management. I say some, if you have EI, it'll do most of the work of X2, but I think X2 actually relates to fish, so I think it's a better tool, but they're pretty redundant to each other. We've been living with them for 35 years now, and if you're operating at either X2 or EI, it's one day one and one day the other. And of course, the best thing that we've kind of all agreed on is that changing the delta from being a water supply riprap channel system into something with some fish habitat on it can't help but be good. And some of those things, like the Frank's tract redesign, can do jobs of both improving water quality, improving water supply, and improving fish migration through the San Joaquin. So that, I like that a lot, but it doesn't negate the need to address what the other impacts are. And lastly, just to address entrainment. Any movement of a fish off of its migratory path is entrainment. We tend to think that the number of fish showing up on the fish screens that have made it across Clifton Court Forebay and survived whatever predation went on in there, that's entrainment. I would like you to expand your view that if you move a fish into a predation-rich environment like the channels of the South Delta, that entrainment is just as important as the fish that you see on a screen the next day. So, and with that, I am shutting up, and if there are questions, I think I have time for questions. Somebody? Yeah. So, questions of people in the room? Have some more coffee.
I don't know what my question is, and I'm just trying to think about like the interaction of the barrier and survival and how we get at that issue, right? So you weren't able to really get at that at VAMP, but just curious what your thoughts are about that. There's some.
Yeah, there's really no doubt that the barrier does a good job of keeping fish from going straight down to exports. Now, those fish continue on into the Central Delta, and we'll get to what Turner Cut and Old Middle River function as next. But there's very good agreement that the Old River barrier, when it can be put in, is a good tool for that job. If it's not in, then that probably changes the relationship of what exports, what effect the exports have. But
Right, I just think there's some questions about what's a better survival route, right?
There's some lovely stuff suggesting that the fish that are entrained and trucked to the release points in the Western Delta may survive better than the ones that are swimming downstream. But there's also some lovely gut-wrenching footage of those fish being released with underwater cameras showing that there's just this lineup of predators eating every fish that gets dumped out. So I don't have a good answer. I don't like any of the answers.
Can I ask one more?
No.
I'm gonna. So kind of to your last conclusion slide as it related to kind of habitats, and then thinking of one of your first slides which showed, and I'd never seen that graphic somehow of the, what was hypothesized to be the previous kind of makeup of the Southern Delta. We know that the Southern Delta is, pretty subsided as it relates especially to the rest of the Delta. So do you have thoughts too about how some of that could be recreated? I know you mentioned Frank's Track, but that's not really South Delta or San Joaquin side. So just curious if you've given any thought to where we might be able to achieve some of those habitat benefits.
Yeah, anything south of San Joaquin, I think, is South Delta. And it really varies. I mean, up at Vernalis, you're good. You could do stuff there. They're trying to rebuild. They're trying to build new floodplains because the floodplains weren't historically there. But we see such good things from the floodplain on the Sacramento that that seems a reasonable tool. I'm afraid that there are probably now with the deep subsidence no good answers. But I would sure like to have more thought about what is it going to look like in 40 years and what do we want it to look like, and what can we do to get on that path. We've got the subsidence reversal work going on in the South Delta, in some of the islands. I cheer it on. I don't think it's going to solve the problem. It's going to help solve some carbon problems. Okay, that's good. But we have dug deep holes. We could stop digging them. That would certainly be one thing to do. But how to reverse that, I don't have any good answers. And they're going to be a problem. So I am pathetically optimistic, but there are certain things that just even I can't get optimistic about. Anything else? Yo. And let's see, and my time is about up, so let's be quick here.
Okay, well, this is a really simple question, right? It's about the Delta, so it's not simple. In the Central Delta, we've got the subsidence and, as you say, some preliminary attempts to see if that can be reversed. But in the South Delta, the problem seems to be more the occlusion of channels, not from subsidence, but from deposition of sediment. Mm-hmm. What about recovering some of the carrying capacity of those Southern Delta channels as a partial response to the killing fields that the South Delta's become?
I think I'm going to let Greg, but my time is up. So, and that's not an easy question. Yes.
I was saying, if you're going to answer, could you summarize the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. But I am out of time. But I do have 2 minutes. Really? Okay. Gosh, you said it was a simple question. Again, I don't have a good answer. I do. My own picture of this system in 100 years is that there's a Patwin Bay, and that it all becomes one large, like Suisun Bay, and we adapt to that, and the fish come down and enter a upstream bay, and swim along the edges of that. But the system as it is just from a fish viewpoint, a hellhole. From some water supply viewpoints, it's really not what it could be. So, again, you're really straining my optimism. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce. Let's clap for Bruce. This is the first in-person meeting I've been to, so I think you did a great job kicking that off, Bruce. I really appreciate it. Okay, Greg, I'm going to invite you to come up.
Get my slides up. Oh, good. I'm Greg Gartrell. I retired from Contra Costa Water District in 2013, and since then I've been doing some consulting. I'm an adjunct fellow at Public Policy Institute, but I have to always put out the disclaimer that these are my opinions, not theirs. They require that. So I'm going to go through the evolution of export limits as they went through various decisions by the State Water Board. These, going back to 1967, was the first real one, D1275. 4 years later, D1379. Then 7 years later, D14, well, it's missing in there, D1485. And then 16 years later, the Delta Accord. So I guess we're due in a couple of years. That'll be 32 years since 1994. Along the way, I'm going to mention that there are many ways to limit exports. But as you'll see at the end, it's also could be considered just one way. I also have a little bit of discussion on the pulse flow evolution as that came through, because that came through at the same time as the export limits during that period. And then you'll see that I had a lot of fun going through these decisions and the kind of the history. There's some interesting factoids along the way.
Greg, real quick, can you pull back a little bit from the mic?
Oh, okay.
It's too loud.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, move that up here. Okay. Okay, so with D1275 in 1967, I was in my sophomore year of high school. They really didn't have much in the way of export limits. They had salinity control, so it was through outflow. They wanted, and they recognized that they would have to have salinity control sufficient for fresh water to the exports. For those who are old enough and remember this stuff, it was often referred to as the Tracy Standard. And then a control at Blind Point. If you don't know where that is, it's at the western end of Jersey Island, 250 parts per million chloride. Chlorides were the things that were easy to measure at that point. They didn't have the big array of measurement stations now for electrical conductivity. And Fish and Wildlife Protection Measure, reasonable protection, however they operated. You have to recognize in 1967 the State Water Project was just coming online. San Luis Reservoir was not completed. The aqueduct did not go over to Tehachapi's yet. The Edmonston pump plant was still under construction. One of the things of interest was there was a dispute discussed in this between DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation on how much water it would take to keep Tracy fresh. They were arguing between 1.3 and 1.1. The state board decided that for DWR that it was going to take 1.3. The real number today is about 2.7 million acre feet, almost twice those numbers. One of the mistakes they had was they just continued to use 1930s data and didn't update it with data that they had. And then there was a lot of dredging in the 60s that I thank Bruce for pointing out, 60s, 70s, and 80s that increased salinity intrusion. The current M&I ag standards for comparison are about 3.5 to 5 million acre feet. Also within that, they had export limits to a certain extent for Fish and Wildlife in D1379 in 1971, so 4 years later. Again, export limits through outflow, but they had a minimized pumping, whatever that meant, April 25th to May 31st for striped bass. And the DWR and Bureau of Reclamation were required to come up with a plan by April 15th every year and then implement it. And then positive flow in the lower San Joaquin for salmon migration, in particular in the fall. That became problematic because that's when they wanted to do a lot of exporting. That's at the time when they were dumping water from the reservoirs for flood control. They wanted to pump that water that they could. And this is at a period when San Luis was coming online, so it was important to fill that. And they changed that decision 4 months later in September. They had a lot of comments on that, and they said after they recognized that the positive flow in the San Joaquin River couldn't be done without a peripheral canal, so it should be met to the best of their ability. In other words, ignore it. If you're looking at D 1379, you have to take into account there were a lot of things that were corrected or clarified in September, so you need to look at both those documents. Another thing of interest, the first time they mentioned the problem of algal blooms, particularly at Mossdale and Walnut Grove, they wanted those monitored. And their estimate at that time was the water quality standards would require about 2.9 million acre feet, getting closer to what's required now. And they had 3 water year types for some of the standards that they put in there, based on Shasta inflow. Decision 1485 was kind of the mother of the regulations since then, particularly with respect to M&I, ag, and some of the fish and wildlife measures. It was in 1978, just after the 76-77 drought. It had direct export limits for striped bass, May through June, and then in July, 6,000 cubic feet per second, 3,000 each for the CVP and SWP, and then 4,600 for the SWP in July. Didn't matter for the CVP, their limit was 4,600 anyway. It did, for the first time, come up with water year types. There were a lot of adjustments for those water year types. There's adjustments for subnormal snowmelt. There's adjustment for if the prior year was critical. They had Rio Vista flows for Sacramento salmon, but nothing for San Joaquin salmon. The outflow requirements for salmon and striped bass had many qualifications, and if you really dig through it, they didn't amount to much in terms of export reductions or reservoir releases, except in a very few years. For example, outflow requirements for salmon and striped bass would go off if the reservoirs were not releasing water for flood control. So it only mattered if they were above flood control levels. They went drop below, they could store the water and not release it. I mean, guess what that led to, which was the starting the listings in 1992. There was what was called an interim water rights series of hearings in the early 90s, and a draft decision that was never implemented. And that expanded a lot of these things. For example, direct export limits went even lower in drier critical years, pretty much the same in the rest of the time. And then a 1,500 cubic foot per second 3-week period in April and May for a pulse flow period. That was the first one, export and pulse flow limit. And then Q West, which is the lower San Joaquin River, flows from 0 to minus 2,000 the year round. And it required spring flows at Freeport and Vernalis for San Joaquin salmon. And the whole thing was withdrawn and led to an EPA threat and eventual EPA standards and the Delta Accord. It was highly controversial considering the amount of water it required to meet those standards. One of the things in there was the pulse flow period based on water year type. For those who haven't heard me say this before, my first law in the Delta is that regulations evenly divisible by 10 probably aren't based on science. These were 10,000, 8,000, 6,000, 4,000, 2,000. Science doesn't usually give you numbers like that. So where did that come from? And how did they get associated with those water year types? Oh, by the way, my second law is whatever you do in the Delta makes it worse. It doesn't matter what you propose. These were based on a document that you can find online still, RINT U.S. Fish and Wildlife 7, that's their exhibit number. Measures to improve the protection of Chinook salmon in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River Delta. You have to be a little careful. No, that's later. This one you can find on directly. These were based on survival estimates based on escapement 2.5 years later. They had some regression analyses. They tossed some outliers that got a little bit controversial in the Delta Accord negotiations. But they created tables. They created a huge table of a variety of different regulations that the state board could pick from. They didn't say which one they liked, but in creating those tables, they used 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10,000 CFS in their regression analysis model. There was no attempt to relate it to water year types or runoff. So it really wasn't, it was based on science in that it was based on a regression analysis, but not on anything to do with water year types. They found in that no survival relationship with exports when the Herbold River barrier was installed, but there was a big effect by exports on survival without it, and that was largely attributed to the old river route. There was so much salvage, and even at that time, there was a recognition of about 85% of loss in Clifton Court Forebay from predation. They assumed an export effect with the Herbold River, even though they found no relationship, and then they presented a range of protection measures and the resulting survivals, and basically said, State Board, you go pick. The export limits in that table ranged from no limits at all to no exports at all from April through June. So there's a huge range on that. The survival rates didn't vary very much, something like 38% to 46% in all but the last one with no exports at all. And that one also had a Herbold River from February 1st through June. That led up to the discussions that led to the Delta Accord, D1641, and the 1995 BIOPS. And in that, for those who weren't there, Bruce and I were involved in that directly. And one of the key things there was it established San Joaquin River flows based on the San Joaquin River water year type. There were export limits. Those were, as Bruce already mentioned, the EI ratio, 35% of total inflow from February through June, and 65% the rest of the year. The reasoning behind that was to force meeting the X2 standard, which was kind of the key element of the whole proposal, to reduce exports rather than increase flows from reservoirs to meet the X2 standard when that was necessary. And the reasoning behind that was, at that time, the operations of Shasta were being directed more toward preserving cold water for winter rent salmon. It was becoming more and more important. Before that, before the first biological opinions in 92 through 94, they weren't really paying that much attention to it. And it was recognized that was a key element of salmon survival in the Sacramento. And then there's a 30-day San Joaquin pulse flow, 1,500 CFS or 1-to-1 for an IE ratio. On the year-round export limits and the percentage of inflow, one of the important things was an averaging of the inflow over 14 days, and that was designed to delay pumping increases with winter and spring runoff pulses. For the rest of the year, it was a 3-day average when they're bringing water out of storage. But it was thought that when you had a natural inflow pulse, getting a delay on before the export pumps turned on would be important. It's important to know, for me, to let people know that, because that was something that was removed in the WIN Act, and I thought it was not well thought out. The 30-day spring export limit was to protect actually Delta smelt, not salmon. It was negotiated it was a negotiated level. It was U.S. Fish and Wildlife, not NIMS. NIMS was focused on winter run salmon at that time. The 2-to-1 was asked and provisionally agreed to, so it came very close to cutting into D1641. But in the end, it was concluded with 1-to-1. It was kind of a cost issue. It's very costly to go to 2-1 compared to 1-1, and we were moving from a period when there was no real export limit during that period, and sometimes they would be in April and May. The export pumps, even in dry years, would be pumping full blast if some water came down the river. But the BIOPS provided ways to get more inflow and keeping the export limits limited under the CVPIA. So 2-1 was the desired, and it was probably the better one to do. 1-1 was what got into the D1641. But the incidental benefit to San Joaquin salmon was noted, but it was not the primary reason. The flows that were negotiated, I wasn't in the room for that. That was a separate subgroup that negotiated those. There was a dispute over the levels and the efficacy of the flows. There was no dispute over the Herbold River. It was preferred by all parties. The flows that came out were higher than those that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had recommended in any of the tables. In dry and critical years, but lower in the other years. But the flows that came out pretty much made the Herbold River possible all year round. So that's why you got those flows and not something else. And they're not all divisible by 1,000. The 2008, 2009 BIOPS added Old and Middle River flow limits. It added export limits April to May based on San Joaquin River inflows, the IE ratio, 1,500 CFS or 4-1 prior to 2012, as Bruce already talked about. And then post 2012, it was 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, and then for critical dry and below normal, 4-1 for above normal and wet after 2012. They cited the VAMP studies and primarily including coated wire tag data for that. And if you get into the details on that, they had 2 papers that they cite within the biological opinion. One is from Fish and Game 2005. If you look it up, you have to be cautious about that. In the list of references, they have the wrong reference. They have the 11/28/05 San Joaquin River Fall Run Chinook salmon population model that it was the actual paper. Anyway, what they found was survival actually increased with exports. There was a weak correlation with the inverse of the inflow export. In other words, they got an improved regression coefficient with IE included. If as IE went up, the survival improved, but the best results were with inflow and high inflow, and the worst with low inflow. And then the second one was San Joaquin River Group 2007, a weak relationship with IE. San Joaquin inflow was much stronger, and they felt that the relationships were confounded by the strong relationship with exports and inflow. And that's a recurring theme, that if your exports are related to San Joaquin inflow, then when you do a correlation, you're going to get a confounding factor in there. You won't be able to tell which is which. There were a number of studies that Bruce mentioned. I'm just going to take this up to about 2010. Since then, and a review of the VAMP results in 2010 review panel, they found the same thing, that there's a narrow range of exports that limited the conclusion. Because it didn't have a big range of exports, you couldn't really draw big conclusions about the effect of exports or IE. Correlation of exports with inflow confounds, and the San Joaquin route was more influenced by tides than exports. The second part of my talk, I will be getting into that in more detail. They also found for the range examined, the San Joaquin River flow improves survival. I'll get into that later too, of why that is. That the Herbold River barrier improves survival. That's recurring, that you see that over and over again. And that on exports, it's inconclusive. Some even, again, found exports improve survival, but other factors were confounding that. They urged caution on export effects without the Herbold River barrier, the one that's already been mentioned, that if you have, if you get them in a truck and transport them, they have a better survival, but that's not necessarily the delta you want to have. And if you start doing that all the time, you may never get back to a different one. And they had no recommendation on an IE level. Essentially, they said keep it low. If you keep it low, you're going to meet the smelt requirements. And they recommend don't do experiments with high exports and low San Joaquin River flows, just so you have a data point. Again, you're going to be violating the smelt opinion if you do that. I just wanted to add a couple of minor details on that. On the Old and Middle River flows, you can get a good estimate of Old and Middle River measured flow just from what exports are less about half the San Joaquin River flow without the old Herbold River barrier times 0.87. And why 0.87 is because some of the flow is not measured, it's coming down Indian Slough. So that when, as Bruce already mentioned, when you have about minus 5,000 cubic feet per second on the Old and Middle River measured, the exports got to be less than about 5,700 cubic feet per second plus half the San Joaquin inflow. It's kind of a rule of thumb that I'll be using later. With the Herbold River barrier, it's pretty much about 80% of the exports. So the type of export limits that we've gone through here. Outflow, that's basically it has to be less than the inflow minus the required outflow minus net delta use. Q West is a similar thing, except it's a fraction of inflow from the Sacramento River based on whether or not the cross channel is open or closed. There's a simple export limit. There's a percent of inflow. There's a percent of San Joaquin River inflow. There's a Corps of Engineers, which is 11,300 plus some fraction of San Joaquin River flow from December 15th to March 15th, and then there's the Old and Middle River flow. And they all, when you look at them, they all fit one general flow formula. So it's always some fraction of the inflows minus some fraction of delta consumptive use plus a number. So you can kind of summarize whatever export limit you pick on that, and then you're just adding or subtracting various inflows. Yes, that's it. I'm done for this portion. I'll be back after the break, and we'll talk about why it's so hard to get an inflow. Yes?
We do have a question for you.
Okay.
I don't know if my voice will carry or not.
I'll repeat it if...
Okay. It said, you said that CVPIA provided ways to increase inflow while keeping exports limited, so effectively increasing the San Joaquin River IE ratio. But CVPIA only applies to CVP. Did SWP increase exports with that additional inflow, capped only by the D1641 IE at the time?
No, and that was in the biological opinion that they implemented that. If you read the biological opinion, and that applies to both of them. It allowed for the one-to-one, and then provided for the CVP to purchase water or otherwise provide for more flow on the San Joaquin River, and that they would not pump that water. So that was a way to get it back towards the 2-to-1.
Which is why we got the cooperation of the water supply. They weren't doing
Exactly.
about the water.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bruce said is why we got the cooperation with various groups on that. Yes?
Wait.
Got way too many questions, but I'll see if I can summarize. From your sense of the history, would you characterize the decisions along the way as being primarily reactive, or was there ever any sense of looking toward an alternative operation? That's it.
Yeah, the question, in case people didn't hear it, was were these various decisions reactive or, I guess, proactive?
Thinking.
Yeah.
Forward thinking.
You know, that's an interesting question. Obviously, in 1967, the thinking was more along the lines of worrying about whether the projects could deliver the water they'd contracted for. And I think that carried through in D 1379. In D 1485, there was an effort to, but it was all directed at striped bass, to protect striped bass. The reason for that was the culture at Department of Fish and Game at that time, was protection of striped bass. And at the same time, there was an effort to minimize impacts on the projects. And you see that in a number of places. For example, on the relaxations of flow limits that are tied to whether the reservoirs are storing water or releasing. You also see it in some of the relationships between the agricultural and the M&I standard. For example, in critically dry years, the standard is 2.2 millisiemens at Jersey Point, millisiemens per centimeter at Jersey Point. If you meet that, you will meet just barely the 250 chloride standard at Rock Slough. In dry years, it's the standard there corresponds to it's 138. It corresponds to the 150 standard at Rock Slough. So they clearly, someone was thinking, well, I don't want to make this one's too high and cost them water. I'll line those up, either that, it was an incredible coincidence.
So, and then just one last.
And then after that, it's okay. You got the listings, the smelt and salmon, and since then it's been more, I think, reactive.
So, is a corollary of your presentation then that these managed regimes over the years, these managed operating regimes, have disrupted the true science? Is that a corollary?
No, but it's more. It's limited what you can do. For example, if you want to find out, you'll see more in the next presentation. If you have a wide range, and we did for a while, you can see bigger effects, and there's a reason for that. And if you narrow your range, the tides just smush everything out, and it makes it very difficult. Yeah, Jen?
Just ask I'll be super fast. It's really quick. Just a thought on, I was really fascinated by this kind of walk through the regulatory history. I've never seen that before. So I appreciate that summary. What was interesting to me, and I was hoping you'd comment on since you were in the room when it happened, is why we were using inflow as just a measure of like a fact, and then exports were the regulatory action, versus looking at both controlling inflow and exports, and kind of why was the thinking only on exports and not also on the regulation of inflow?
Well, it was, particularly in the February through June period, the inflow was required to get the outflow. So there is a relation to get the X2, to get X2.
Well, like on the San Joaquin River by
on the San Joaquin.
Yeah.
Well, that is, and that gets back to the story about we wanted inflow for the salmon and the smelt. This was a long discussion I had with Kay Goody at the time, and she and I negotiated through that. Her thinking was, with that pulse for the salmon, that would help move smelt out, and having the 2-to-1 on the export ratio would give them a chance to get out of the central delta, up Old and Middle River. It was a different thinking. We didn't have the measurements we have now on what's going on there. So it was two different fish. Is the inflow for the San Joaquin River primarily, and the export limit to help smelt during the spawning period. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Greg. So Greg is actually going to be back after break to talk to us a little bit more about inflow, exports, and tides. But with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:15. If you're in person, please try to pull up the QR code so that you can do the live poll when Brad does his talk. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break as people find their seats. Greg is going to come back up and talk to us more about hydrodynamics and inflows, exports, and tides. Thank you, Greg.
Okay, thanks. And while they're putting up my slides, I talked to Jen afterwards and understand her question more. It was on that, on the inflow and export ratio. Part of the deal there was that the exports could be controlled, but the inflows were determined by others. The Delta Accord said for the first couple of years, the USBR would meet the inflow requirements, and after that, they would negotiate with other users on the San Joaquin River, and that became part of the VAMP. So there was still the requirement that eventually others, both users, diverters on the San Joaquin, and those with dams up there would contribute more. That is still ongoing, as we all know. So the burden, still is more on the exports. So why? Throughout these all these years, from the early years in the 92, which took data going back into the 70s, why is it so hard to find a relationship between exports, San Joaquin River inflow, and the answer is because of the tides, and you'll see this as I go through this talk here. Let's see, it's not advancing. Oh, okay. So, basically the theme is, why is it difficult to find export effects on the San Joaquin River for salmon and steelhead survival, and probably always will be. And I'm looking at, to make clear, I'm looking at the tidal effects and export effects on hydrodynamics. So it's not directly related to survival, but there is a step in between on the hydrodynamics that go to survival. So I just want to keep that clear on some of these things. Now, this is actual data from old river velocities when exports are greater than 9,000 cubic feet per second, and measured at Highway 4. And you can see that the red line is the zero line. And you can see that for substantial periods of time, the flow is negative. Anybody's sat down there this is very near CCWD's intake, and it's not our intake that's causing this. Or it's not mine anymore, but it's the exports, and the flow in the river is so dominated by the exports that what would normally be going both ebb and flood back and forth is one way. And you can actually see this, or anybody that's water skied down there knows this goes on when you're sitting in the water and you're drifting south. So there's substantial periods with entirely negative velocity. And what does this mean if you're a particle of water? And what this plot shows is starting down at the lower right-hand corner, where it's zero, that's Frank's tract, going the distance to the left, where 1 is the export pumps. If you're if you're a particle of water or a particle in the water, not necessarily a fish because they can do other things, and you're traveling with the mean velocity over the tides, within about 3 tides, you're down at the export pumps when this is going on. And there's actually an acceleration. There are tidal effects that you see in there, but they come less and less as you go further downstream. I'll explain why that is in a moment. Now, if you're at a lower export of minus 2,500 CFS, you spend many, many days going back and forth and slowly go down. And eventually you accelerate because as you go further down, the effect of the tide gets less and less. Now, if you're a fish and you're smart, you can work your way out in this kind of situation. If you hang to the side or the bottom on the flood tide and get up in the flow on the ebb tide, you'll go working your way out. On the previous one, you haven't got much chance of doing that. So what is the result of that? You get graphs like this. On the left is normalized salvage of delta smelt. On the right is normalized salvage of steelhead. And at about flow index, where the index is as I mentioned before, the OMR index of about 0.48 times the San Joaquin River flow minus exports, the whole thing times 0.87. At about minus 5,000, it takes off. And the reason for that is at lower export levels or lower old and middle river flow, or more positive old and middle river flows, you get into a regime that's more tidal, more opportunity, and less of a regime where you're going one way. And that cutoff tends to be around 50% of the tidal amplitude at a location. And if the net flow is more than 75% of the tidal amplitude, you're substantially in one direction. You're going to be spending all your time going one way and a little bit going the other. And for Old and Middle River, the data show that the much reduced salvage at the export pumps when the net flow is more positive than minus 5,000, that's about 50% of the amplitude at Old River Highway 4 or in Victoria Canal, close to there. So I'll go into that, where those locations are in a moment here. So this shows what the tidal flows are, various locations within the delta. Out in the San Joaquin River, as you get out towards Suisun Bay, it's 150,000 cubic feet per second. And fully 1/3 of that flow coming up goes in through False River into Frank's Tract. And that is why we put a barrier in there to keep the salt water from going into Frank's Tract and getting trapped and it's highly effective. But that's 1/3 of the flow comes in there. So if you're a fish in there and you're on the wrong side of the river, you're going into Frank's Tract. Down on if you follow the San Joaquin River, go down up where the green line is, at that location, the tidal flows are plus and minus 3,500 CFS. And then a short distance up past Stockton, it's about 12,000 plus and minus. And then just past Turnercut, it's about 20,000. And this means that if you have a flow coming down the San Joaquin River with the head of Old River barrier in of 3,500 cubic feet per second, down at Brant Bridge there, where it's 3,500 cubic feet per second, you're going to be one way. If it's more than 3,500 cubic feet per second, it's going to be substantially more than one way. So it doesn't take much of a flow in the San Joaquin River to get a boost.
Greg?
Yes.
Chandra has a question, if you
Yes.
could repeat. Can you clarify if velocities are always negative when exports are high?
No, they're not always negative. Yeah, they're substantially negative, but not always. Yeah, you'll see that if you go back to that one graph, you see that there's a portion where there's still positive flow. So yeah, that's a good question. If you get up to about 12,000 cubic feet per second coming down the San Joaquin River, well, you can't have the head of Old River barrier in there, and half of that goes off into Old River. So then you're down 6,000. You're still riverine flow on the southern side of Stockton, but getting up past Stockton, you're still going to be somewhat tidal. And at Turnercut, it's going to be very tidal. You have to have a huge flow in the San Joaquin. And this is one reason that as you'll see data later on, that you would expect a boost and an improvement in survival for San Joaquin salmon coming down the San Joaquin River. I'm not talking about going to Old River, but coming down the San Joaquin River as flows increase up to a point. And then it's going to be flattened off because in a very short distance, you go from what is riverine to what is almost always tidal, except in the extreme flood events. Now, if you look over in the middle of the graph at Old and Middle River near Bacon Island, it's about plus or minus 12,000 cubic feet per second, but down at Highway River, Old River Highway 4 and Victoria Canal, you're in much lower flows there, and that is where it turns around and it becomes largely one-way flow at very heavy exports. So that kind of explains that, but that's not the whole story. Fish don't get affected by flow, they get affected by velocity. They don't care how wide the river is. The flows vary enormously from 150,000 cubic feet per second out in the west down to 3,500 cubic feet per second, but the velocities on the tides are much smaller range. For example, it's plus or minus 2 feet per second, where it's 150,000 cubic feet per second, and you're plus or minus 1 all along the San Joaquin River. So what does that tell you? That tells you, again, well, a couple of things. One is the river's getting much, much wider as the tidal flows go up, and the cross-sectional area is getting very big. And that means that any net flow has a smaller and smaller effect the bigger the tides are, because the river is so wide. That's one thing. Another thing it tells you is that at that one, where it's 1 point and the green line at Brant Bridge and 3,500 cubic feet per second, that tells you it doesn't take very much flow to make that one way. Whereas further downstream, you're still 1 foot per second, you have a much wider channel. So you got a narrow channel there and there's a constriction there. It also tells you that something, and this gets back to the earlier question about opening up channels in the South Delta, they kind of adjust themselves. If the flows get much more than 2 feet per second, these are the average velocities. The peak velocities are higher than that by about 40%. In the middle of the channel. If they get higher than that, they start to scour. If they get less than that, they start to deposit, and they will just adjust themselves to the cross sections needed to keep within a certain range. So if you start dredging, you can count on continuing dredging. You're going to slow down the velocities. You're going to get deposition, and you're going to be dredging again, which everybody who has a dredging issue in their neighborhood knows. The other thing you can look at is what is the net flow impact on the velocity or on the tides or on the flows. If you change the net flow in a channel by whatever means you export, where you add inflow, out in the Western Delta, you're changing it by 0.7%. 1,000 CFS changes that by 0.7%. That's going to be hardly noticed. But down on the San Joaquin River, 1,000 CFS changes that by 30%. And again, that's because of that constriction. That's because of the narrow channel. That means that if you live in that area, you want to have flood insurance. I don't care how high the levee is. And you can see that on the stage data. When the flood flows come in, the stage goes way up. And in fact, you hardly see an effect of the tides at that point because it's so constricted further downstream. But you get past Stockton, and you still see a substantial tidal flow. So that's one to focus on. Another one is Turner Cut. And if I go back here, before Turner Cut is one of those areas with a very low tidal flow, about 3,500 cubic feet per second. So 1,000 cubic feet per second change at Turner Cut will change the tidal flow there by 26%. So it doesn't take much to change that a lot. And that, when the head of Old River barrier is in, that's the first shot for exports to really have an effect on survival, hydrodynamically, down at that point. So I'm going to focus on what's going on there. You can also see that up at Bacon Island on Old and Middle River, there's about an 8 or 9% change, but down at Highway 4 or on Victoria Canal, 15 to 25% effect of just 1,000 CFS. So you'd expect in those areas, changing exports by 1,000 CFS will have a big effect. But we got to see what is the effect up at Turner Cut. So we'll look at that. So this is what the flow looks like at Turner Cut on the flood. And if this is the opposite of what you think of, you're thinking where the flow comes down the San Joaquin River and then turns into Turner Cut and then continues, you're thinking in terms of net flow, and you'll never get it right. The flow comes back on the flood. Some of it, about 20 to 25%, goes into Turner Cut, and the rest continues down the San Joaquin. And on the ebb tide, it goes the other way. It comes up the San Joaquin, and it comes out of Turner Cut, and then continues on down. And again, it's about 20% of the flow goes into Turner Cut that comes from the north. Now, that's not the only way fish can get in there, and that's why I'm making an emphasis. This is on hydrodynamics, not on fish. If you're a smart fish and you really want to go into Turner Cut, you can go against those tides by staying close to the side. Either way. Let me back up here. So the tidal range is about 3,700 cubic feet per second. One flood tide will just about fill Turner Cut. So it doesn't go all the way in there, all the way Old and Middle River, or to Middle River. It goes in, the water that was in Empire Cut will go down into Whiskey Slough and over on Empire Cut, and the water that was in Empire Cut will end up down in Middle River, and then it goes back out. And not all the same water comes out that goes in because there's dispersion. If you're a fish, you can get stuck in there if you stay near the sides on the ebb tide, or you can get right out. If you're the last one in, you're probably going to be the first one out. So for a fish, it's very complicated. Even just if you're following water particles, it gets very complicated. So what is the effect of exports on the tidal flows in Turner Cut? And what I plotted here is a net flow through Turner Cut versus exports. The exports range up to over 11,000. This is all 2016 data. Happened to be a year where you had a wide range of exports, a wide range of flows. The blue dots are without the head of Old River barrier. They from June through September and sometimes in the prior to April 1st. There is some, let's see, the yellow dots are during the construction of the head of Old River barrier. So, and also during that period in March when it was being constructed, there was a big storm that came through, and those are the green dots. So down at the bottom there, those green dots are ones that you'll see later are probably affected both by exports. The exports went way up during that storm, and flows down the San Joaquin went up. And there's also a January storm where the inflows on the San Joaquin went up and exports went up, but not as high. Those orange dots over on the side that are all in two little lines or three little lines are periods where the exports were held constant for about a month or 4 weeks. And you see that the net flow varied considerably during those two periods. And the reason for that is that the tides on the Neap Spring cycle, if you remember back to Bruce's talk, how the outflow varied considerably, the actual outflow, that's the tidal effect. And this is directly related to why you have such a difficult time when you have a limited number of, a limited range of exports. The effect of net flow through Turner Cut in particular, and you'll see this at Old Middle River as well, is very much, let's see, back up here, is very much bigger than the small change in export, the effect there. The effect of exports on the flows in Turner Cut is about 15%. So if you increase your exports by 1,000 CFS, you only increase your flows in Turner Cut by 150 cubic feet per second. Whereas you have a 500 cubic feet per second range on just the tides. And that means that if your range of export changes less than 1,500 to 5,000, you're going to be in the noise if you're looking for an export effect. And you can't get away from that. You have to have a bigger effect than that. I looked at also, there is a small San Joaquin River inflow effect of about 5%. IE does not have an effect on net flow. It's all either inflow or the exports, not the IE ratio. The inflow has a big effect on San Joaquin River flows south of Turner Cut, but not in Turner Cut. Yeah, okay. I'll have to accelerate. See the same thing at Middle River, except the tidal flows are much bigger. Instead of 3,500, it's 2,000 or 20,000. The flow in is about 30% of this, the tidal flow, so there's much more flow coming in from the north. So if you're a fish there and you're on the wrong side of the river, you have a bigger chance of going in there. But the net flow effect is only 5% of 1,000 CFS. And the effect of the change in exports, although bigger, still it remains tidal at 11,000 cubic feet per second. When you change exports by 1,000 CFS, you get 350 CFS change in Middle River. So up at that point, it's still, if you're going in there, it's determined by the tides. Both these situations are determined by the tides unless you have really, really big exports. You're in that range that you don't do anymore because you violate the biological opinion for delta smelt. Same story on, a little bit different. There is an effect, an apparent effect in 2016, I'll say, of inflow on the flow into Turner, or same as Turner Cut, into Middle River, except it's in the opposite direction. More inflow on the San Joaquin River results in less inflow. I don't think it's real. I think it's just something in the noise there. No IE effect there. But to me, this says if you're really going to analyze these data, you better take a step back and you want to see an effect of exports with your narrow range of exports in your experiments. You're going to need to take into account when the fish went by compared to what the flows were from the tides. And you have those data. That's a good thing. That's not the only thing affected by the tides. Temperature is affected by the tides. This is at Prisoner's Point. You have to be careful. These are not following the fish. These are at a single point. So a fish might be in a parcel of water that has cold water. It might be in a parcel that has some warmer water, depending where it is on the tides. But it's another reason for keeping track of what's going on as the fish move in a Lagrangian path. False River, kind of hopeless to see an effect of exports there. The tidal amplitude, as I already mentioned, was 50,000 cubic feet per second. At 11,000 CFS exports, the net flow is -2 to -3. It's very small compared to that 50,000. It's the tides that determine whether you go into Frank's Tract or not. And the same is true at the Old River confluence. So in summary, export effects on flows, on the hydrodynamics of flows into Turner Cut, Middle River, Old and False Rivers are small compared to tides whenever exports are less than 5,000, which is most of the time during this period. The correlation with San Joaquin inflow will confound those results if they're tied together. Increasing San Joaquin River inflow is helpful below 10,000 cubic feet per second, but the boost decreases in effectiveness over that because of the tides. And inflow weakly affects flows in Turner Cut, i.e. does not appear to, at least in this set of data. My conclusions, if you have a head of Old River barrier, the range of exports in less than 5,000 feet, it would be very hard to see an export effect. We know there is one with big exports that was in the graph that you saw earlier with the increase in salvage. But at any rate, OMR limits exports to less than 5,000 CFS, so you're already in that range. You might want to even consider decoupling with the head of Old River export limit, just set a limit, decouple it from the San Joaquin River flow. It's not clear why it should be coupled into that, and just don't make it a number that looks like it got pulled out of the air. Make it look like it's based on science, with lots of digits that are not zero. And then without the head of Old River, it comes back to pretty much what we negotiated in the accord. It's if you're protecting smelt, it looks like you're probably protecting salmon as well. And then it's a question that has already been discussed. Will you want the fish to get in a truck, or the salmon to get in a truck, or do you want them to swim? What's the best survival there? That's a tough one. The same dilemma that they had when they looked at it with the VAMP. I will say that yes, I did try and fail to get under Category 3 of the Accord, which was doing projects with money to get a barge, so they could drive those trucks onto a barge and drop the fish off at a different location, and never was able to get that through. But it's better than ringing the dinner bell and dumping the fish. And that concludes my talk there. Yes?
Okay, we've got time for like one question. Yeah. And you need to.
We'll have time afterwards.
Okay. Just your talk about velocities. Clifton Court Forebay, they have 4 strategies for operating the gates to that and fill it, usually on a falling tide. How would that affect your conclusions from this?
That's one that it's hard to. I didn't look at that, and that's one that I would like to look at. Close to at Old River Highway 4 and on Victoria Canal, you can see when the with the velocity measurements, it would be falling and then suddenly it goes up, or goes. It'll be rising and then goes. Yeah, is you're 25,000. Yeah, you're 25,000. Yes, and that propagates, and that does propagate up rather rapidly. It'll get up to the San Joaquin River and Turner Cut in less than an hour.
Water,
yeah.
Yeah.
So that is a possibility that has an effect. Yes.
Do you know anybody that has looked at that?
No, but it's something that can be looked at. Yeah. I mean, I think we don't have to do a new experiment. We have the data to get in there and grind away. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. And we'll have more time for questions later. So if you have questions, jot them down, keep them in your memory. We'll address them. Okay, so Brad's gonna come up and talk to us. We're just gonna try to merge some of the ideas that we've heard about hydrodynamics and then with our hypotheses of what juvenile salmon are doing in the Delta. So welcome, Brad.
Morning, everybody. Hey, before I jump into my presentation, I wanted to check on the poll issue, because at the end of this presentation, there's our first poll question. So the folks that are virtually attending this, you should be able to, when we get to that point, you can exit full screen mode and you should be able to see the poll and be able to vote on it right there on your screen. For the folks that are in the room, they'll need to have followed that QR code that was up during the break. So if you haven't done that already, I'd suggest go talk to Linda and Woody at the back and they can set you up with that. We're not quite there yet, but in 15 or 20 minutes we will be. So fish, juvenile salmonids in the Delta experience it very differently than biologists and people and engineers. We have the benefit of drones and aerial footage and maps and graphs and all kinds of analyses that help us to kind of see the big picture. But I think it's really helpful to put yourself in the shoes of a little fish. And this concept of the sensory ovoid was introduced by Andy Goodwin, I think in 2006, something like that. But the idea is that there's a bunch of different cues or information that can come into a fish. And some of them are listed here. Some of them would have a large ovoid associated with them. If the water is very clear, the sensory ovoid associated with that is large, but a lot of the other things are quite small. Velocity, you know, fish with their lateral line are detecting the velocity field they're in. That's a very local effect. Temperature, obviously, it's a local effect. Salinity, olfactory cues, these are things that the fish only knows what's going on basically right in its face. Fish do perceive angle of light in the magnetic field. There's actually a lot of really interesting literature about how fish that migrate do that, how they orient and navigate to wherever it is they're trying to get to. So it's important to keep this in mind when we're thinking about fish in the delta. Now, if you're a fish in a river and you want to migrate upstream or downstream, it's a relatively simple thing to know which way to go. How you do it, you know, if you're swimming upstream, you've got to maybe hug the edges. If you're swimming downstream, you know, you can swim with the current, or you can kind of back your way down. But in a river, the direction of flow never changes. The turbidity, the temperature, other things can change, the magnitude of flow, but it's always going the same way. So getting upstream and downstream, not a big deal. The estuary is a different story. And in this kind of an environment, flow cues become a lot less meaningful, or you can certainly use them, but you have to add other information to really make a good decision about where you're going. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, and Steve is going to talk on it in his presentation at the beginning of the panel. So why are we talking about hydrodynamics? Well, when we're talking about managing the water projects, the main thing that we've been concerned about is how water projects, including barriers, affect the hydrodynamic conditions that fish experience. And for a long time, that's been kind of our way of kind of summarizing that. It has been net flow or tidally average flow. So that's basically taking the tides out and looking at whatever's left. And that's kind of how we've talked about, that's been our way of kind of describing what's happening with water project operations in the Delta. But people that have looked at this more closely in recent years have recognized that the more likely mechanism is channel velocity or flow direction. Fish don't perceive flow. They perceive velocity and flow direction. So if you're at a location and the water starts going the other way and continuously going the other way, like in the condition that Greg was talking about, that's going to affect you. If you're in a part of the delta that's tidal and it suddenly becomes riverine and starts going one way, that's going to affect you. So this conceptual model is taken from the salmon scoping team, which is part of the CSAMP process from a 2017 report. I kind of modified it and simplified it. But the idea is there's drivers, linkages, and outcomes. So water project operations are a driver. The outcome from that is changes in channel velocity and flow direction. And the outcome from that is that fish survive differently or are routed differently. So this is sort of the conceptual model that we've been trying to use to understand how operations affect juvenile salmonids in the Delta. And I would say that the olfactory cues, salinity, all that stuff I think is really important, but that's not really, we haven't been managing water project operations to achieve those sort of conditions, whatever those might be, or even really studying that in the Delta. So that's, again, why the focus on hydrodynamics. So if we want to understand how water project operations affect these conditions in the Delta, it's really useful to use DSM-2 hydro simulations. It's a very simple modeling tool, but it's actually quite useful. And what we have here, what I'm going to show you the results from is a 61-day time series that includes a whole bunch of different tides. There's a whole bunch of DSM-2 channels, which you'll see in a bit. We have 15-minute velocities or flows as sort of the results at all of those channels. I'm going to mostly showing velocities for reasons that Greg touched on, but the flow data is there. And then we have a bunch of different what you call boundary conditions. I'm not a physical modeler, but boundary conditions are like, what's the water coming into the Delta? What's the state of the Herbold River barrier? How much water are you exporting? So we have scenarios representing a whole bunch of different combinations of those things. So you can control for everything except for, you're controlling for everything, and then you're tweaking operations and seeing how things change. including Herbold River barrier. So what we're going to be doing is comparing the distribution of velocities at these different channels over all the days that we have to work with. So looking first at San Joaquin flow effects. So I've just kind of picked 4 points here, kind of marching down the San Joaquin River. And what you see in the graphs is the distribution of velocities over all those 61 days with flows. Do I have an arrow? Whoops. I guess I don't have an arrow. San Joaquin River flows at 1,000 versus 4,500. Exports in this scenario are 0, so there's just no exports. If we increase flow from 1,000 to 4,500, how do the distribution of velocities change? And we can see at DSM2 channel 5, big change. The two distributions don't overlap at all. Also want to draw your attention to the little red box in the upper corner of each of these graphs. That is the proportion of overlap of the distributions in the graph. So if you see 0, they're totally different. If you see 98%, like in the upper graph, it means they're 98% similar. Very slight differences. So this kind of affirms what Greg was saying earlier, that in the San Joaquin River, you get an increase in flow. It makes a really big change in velocities going downstream up to a point around Turner Cut, and then it really attenuates after that, and it's all tidal. The other thing about these lines is the dash line is the mean flow for each of the distributions. There's a lot of information in here. I won't attempt to go through all of it, but I think this is a useful way to look at it. So now doing the same thing, going down the Old River route, same flow change, 1,000 CFS to 4,500, we see a similar pattern. You know, we see a pretty big effect on the distribution of velocities at the top. By the time you get past the facilities, it's pretty nominal, the change in velocities. So now let's talk about export effects. So with a fixed San Joaquin flow of 1,000 CFS, we're comparing 0 to 4,500 CFS. And again, you're not seeing a lot. There are some changes at channel 5 and channel 12, but they're pretty subtle. You are seeing tidal flows there, like at channel 12, and then you get downstream and the effects are less. And then this again is the same channels for the Old River corridor, and you can see there definitely is more of a kind of an export signal here, as you would expect. The channels, some of the larger effects of exports would actually be between channel 213 and north to 106. So those aren't here, but I have some other graphics that kind of show what's going on in that area. So again, this is a useful way to kind of roll things up. These graphs I get are a little bit hard to interpret. So what we want is a way to kind of roll that into something more visual that you can just kind of eyeball and say, okay, how much are velocities changing with different conditions? And that's where this proportion of overlap comes in. This is the same number that you've been seeing at the top right of all those little graphs, but now it's in a format where you can see a map, like a heat map of the delta and how things are changing. So again, we're going to look at San Joaquin River inflow effects first. So this is, well, let me say first that there's a web app, a Shiny app, that I'll provide the link for. It's in my last slide, I think. You can actually see the address at the top there. So these are screenshots I took from a Shiny app that we made that provides all this data. And so you can select all the information on the right about the comparison you want to see, what metrics, what sort of different conditions you want to assess, and then it will map out whatever it is that you selected, and it will show you a little plot in the bottom left of a particular channel. So the one that you see in the bottom left there is for a channel that's on the Old River route, kind of near Bacon Island. It's not really important for this. It's just, it comes up on the web app when you do it. What I really want you to look at here is the colors on the delta channels. So exports at 1,500, no Herbold River barrier. You increase San Joaquin River inflow from 1,000 to 4,500. We see a lot of red in the main stem San Joaquin at the Herbold River. That means velocities are changing a lot as a result of that. Velocities are also changing a lot downstream of that, as indicated by the yellow. But wherever you see green, it means not much is happening. The velocities are largely the same, and that's the tidal delta. So it doesn't make a big difference at this flow level. Same flows, but this time with Herbold River barrier in. And we can see we're getting more red down the San Joaquin River, and maybe extending that yellow area even further. But again, a lot of the delta remains green. Increasing flows with the Herbold River barrier in with exports at 1500 CFS doesn't change much elsewhere in the delta. So now let's do 1,000 CFS to 8,000 CFS, still low exports and Herbold River barrier out. Kind of the same pattern, just the yellow and the red are both pushing a little further downstream, but you can't change those tidal areas. Let's look at the effect of exports now. So this is at a San Joaquin River inflow of 1,000. We go in exports from 0, so no exports, to 4,500, and this is the changes we see in terms of the proportion overlap and velocity. So there's definitely stuff happening. It's still tidal, the distributions are shifting, but there's still quite a bit of overlap. And some of these changes may very well be significant for fish. In fact, I expect that they are. But the main thing to note, I think, is that the magnitude of effects of inflows relative to exports is very different. And here's one for 0 exports at 7,500 CFS. So again, we're seeing that effect kind of reaching further up, a little more yellow, maybe some orange in there. Okay. So that's all kind of background for my attempt to depict how operations affect hydrodynamics in the delta that are relevant to juvenile salmonids. I want to talk now about hypotheses for the inflow to export ratio. So this has already been introduced. I think everybody knows what it is, but the idea is that by regulation, we're restricting exports as a function of how much water is coming in by water year type. And I listed the different ratios there, but in effect, what this means is that if it's a critically dry year and there's 1,500 CFS running down the river, you can export 1,500 CFS. In fact, that's the health and safety minimum anyway. If it's a wet year and there's 10,000 CFS coming down the river, you can export 2,500 CFS. So as flows go up, exports get further constrained. Now, this regulation, so it first came out in the 2009 BIOP, and then it was repeated in the recent incidental take permit for the state's ESA consultation. There wasn't a lot of specificity about what this was supposed to accomplish for juvenile salmonids, but one kind of general statement that I think both regulations talked about was, we want to improve the migratory conditions, survival and routing, I added that, for juvenile winter run Chinook, juvenile spring run Chinook, and steelhead smolt. So by having this IDE ratio, we're creating more beneficial hydrodynamic conditions for Chinook salmon and steelhead. And the 2009 BIOP called for the 6-year study of steelhead, which Rebecca is going to be talking about later, the results of that. But the idea there, and this is, I think, is verbatim from the BIOP, says that this would confirm the proportional causes of mortality due to flows, exports, and other project and non-project adverse effects. So we had seemingly pretty grand aspirations for what this was going to do for salmonids in the Delta. But we never really put a finger on exactly what that was. There wasn't a testable hypothesis. Trying to come up with a written hypothesis is a difficult process. So what I've decided to do here is just try and present you with some conceptual options for how you might think about this relationship. And to do that, I'm going to show you some graphs here. So imagine on the y-axis you have San Joaquin River inflow, and on the x-axis you have exports, both going from low to high. So if you thought that exports didn't matter at all, you would see lines like this, where these are kind of, the lines are the isoplex. So a blue line is very high survival. You get that when flows are high, and it's not affected at all by exports. Another option would be San Joaquin flows don't matter, but exports matter a lot. The only way you can get really high survival is when exports are low, the blue line. If exports are high, you get low survival. In reality, it's some combination of these two variables that was implicitly hypothesized by the IDE ratio concept. And you can spend a lot of time kicking around what these relationships might be. And that's what you're going to get to have a say on here in a moment. So just to kind of bring us back, this is what IDE was about, how it works. Now we've come to the poll part of the day. So in this graphic here, there's 5 options that depict different relationships between San Joaquin River inflows, exports, and juvenile salmonid survival. Now I can tell you that A, B, C, and D all involve San Joaquin River inflows having a strong effect. Oh, and I should add that here we're talking about the delta as a whole, because the regulations haven't said anything about where this benefit is occurring. It's just like, we're going to do this, it's going to help juvenile salmonids in the delta. So assume this is a delta-wide effect. If you had like the ideal study and you were putting out all kinds of replicates and thousands of fish, if IDE was working the way people think it works, or the way they thought it works when it was put out there, which of these relationships would best describe what's going on? And if you don't like interpreting the graphs, which I understand because they're a little complicated to get your head around, the table lists the options and describes very simply what the effect is of each variable. So for example, C is a strong positive effect of San Joaquin River inflows, but a weak negative effect of exports. And option D is a strong positive effect of flows and a weak positive effect of exports. And option E is neither one really matters much, which isn't to say it doesn't matter at all, it's just it's kind of noisy and we don't really know what's going on. This is exciting, it's like a horse race. All right, is there anybody in the room who's still trying to vote? No? Does it look like we're getting input from the virtual community? Okay. Thank you. So we'll go back to that poll later and revisit it, and we're going to have the question broken out in different ways later with different parts of the delta, because that's really what's going on. There's different effects in different places in the delta, so we'll get into where these hypotheses might apply there. So last slide, this is the address for the Shiny app where you could pull up, make your own scenarios or compare different conditions. And I should have said earlier on that map, you can actually click on any DSM-2 channel that's included there and actually see the distribution profiles of the velocity. So it's interactive. I was just showing you kind of snapshots of the results, but it's all there. There's a lot to dig into, and it's really helpful for understanding how things are working out there. So I guess I'm done. Does anybody have any questions for me with the extra time that we have? Any other questions?
Hey, Brad.
Hi, Matt.
Is this on?
You have to talk close.
Hey, Brad. Is this on?
Thank you.
I'm curious what your conceptual model is between the difference of the fish ovoid, which has a little bit of behavior, but over very, very limited space, as you pointed out, and particle tracking modeling, which is the net effect of velocity changes on particles and channels.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends on the fish. I would say for juvenile salmonids, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that the fish are doing all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do with the net effect of the hydrodynamic conditions. I mean, they're behaving, they're moving into shoals to hold, they're reacting to the conditions they're experiencing. And, you know, whenever we've tried to compare particle tracking with fish tracking, it's like totally different. So
Yeah, no,
that's not what you were asking about.
no, yeah, I get that. I was asking a more specific why.
Well, because I think the fish don't perceive tidally average conditions. They perceive the conditions they're in, and they're looking for some cue that will help them. If they're trying to stay there and rear, they're trying to stay in one place. If they're trying to exit and go to the ocean, they're looking for cues that can help them get to the ocean. And I don't think flows are a good cue for that. Scent may be, polarized or magnetic fields probably are. I mean, if you're in a super wet year and the water's ripping by and it's got turbidity in it, then it's a good cue. But it's not always like that. I still don't know if I'm answering your question.
Can I try to ask your question?
Bruce, would you like to answer the question?
I'd like to ask your question. Do you think that the flows and exports affect the distribution of perhaps scent cues in the same way as they does particles? How would that affect a San Joaquin salmon going out than a Sacramento salmon going out?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I definitely have thoughts on that, and there's definitely potential for that. I think more so perhaps from the San Joaquin side. If you imagine a fish coming down the San Joaquin River, let's say it takes the old river route, it makes it to the facilities, it doesn't go in, and it knows that let's assume that it, navigational, the fish have a sense of direction. There's a whole bunch of literature on this. They home to areas in the ocean swimming against currents. They know where they're going. But you're in the Old Middle River corridor. Even if you know you want to go north, if you're getting Sacramento River water in your face and no San Joaquin River water, that could be very confusing. So that argues for positive OMRs all the time, right?
That sounds good to me.
Right. So if that's the goal, if that's the mechanism we're trying to achieve, we should say so. But trying to manage to -5 versus -2 doesn't accomplish that. See what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
I entirely see what you're saying. Yes. It's nice that we can agree.
Yeah. And if that's the mechanism, there's other ways to deal with that. You know, there's other management actions you could take. But that's why it's so important that we actually be specific about what we think is happening. You know, look at the data, conduct the studies, and figure it out, and then change management accordingly to the extent we can.
So in all of these presentations, we've been talking about kind of the toggle between Herbold River Barrier in and out. But the Herbold River Barrier is really an artifact of a prior regulatory regime. Nobody wants to put in a Herbold, I shouldn't say that. Herbold River Barrier is not being put in. And as far as I can tell, the study of Herbold River Barrier in or out, operable, non-operable, substituted by some kind of landscape design. Who's talking about that anymore?
Well, I guess that's a hard question for me to answer because I'm not in the middle of those. But from what I hear through the grapevine, there's quite a bit of interest in the Herbold River Barrier still. And I'm not advocating for the Herbold River Barrier, just to be clear, but it is a thing that's out there. Some variation of it or something different might be worth it. But we have a lot of information about how that works. And so we know a lot about it. We know how to quantify and evaluate its effects, positive and negative.
Time for one more question.
Maybe we can put the poll back up, see where we landed. Cool. Honestly, had no idea what to expect from that.
D probably wasn't going to win.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that D and E got as many votes as they did.
But
you're asking them to read other people's minds, so
Yeah. That's why those making the regulations should tell us what their intentions are so we don't have to guess. It's surprisingly difficult to get that. All right, am I done?
Yeah, I think if there's no questions, I think Rebecca has a lot of great data to present.
Yes.
To us. So we'll
Thank
use
you.
some time. Thanks, Brad. So yeah, I'd like to welcome Rebecca up to talk to us about more fish data.
Great, thank you. You can tell me if I am too close or too far from the microphone. I'm very different height than everybody else, so I always have to reposition things. So while they're bringing up my slides, I'll just say I am a research scientist at the University of Washington up in Seattle in the School of Aquatic and Fisheries Sciences there. And I've been working on acoustic telemetry studies in the Delta, in the South Delta for, I guess, 13 years. So I'm going to walk through these data for you and talk about what we see in these data about the effects of the water project operations on survival of mostly fall wren, chinook salmon, and steelhead. All right, so the questions that I am addressing are listed here, and I'm going to have to read over here. What effects from exports have we seen on survival in several different regions? The main stem San Joaquin, Old River and Middle River, and Turner Cut. What's the role of inflow? And here I'm asking specifically about what we're seeing in patterns of data. So how does inflow relate to survival? Can we distinguish between those effects of inflow and exports? What about the IE ratio? How do exports affect routing, and what is the effect of migration route on survival? How does the head of Old River barrier affect routing and survival? And then what differences are we seeing between steelhead and Chinook salmon? So I'll be addressing all of these, not necessarily in order. I'm going to take kind of a spatial regional approach, so we'll try to hit all of these as we go. I'm going to start off by telling you a little bit about the data, where they came from. Then I'm going to show you a time series of survivals so you can see the magnitudes of survival and the variation we were seeing throughout these studies to help orient you. Then I'm going to jump right to the conclusions so that you don't have to spend the rest of the talk wondering what I'm going to say. After that, I'll go back and kind of drill down into the conditions that we observed during these studies, because the limits of the conditions affect the ability to make inferences from the data. And then what we actually were seeing in the patterns of the data for survival in these different regions, route selection, and then I'll revisit the conclusions. All right, so the data and the sources. These all were acoustic telemetry data, so we surgically implanted microacoustic tags into the juvenile fish. These are hatchery fish. And we released them to the San Joaquin River, usually at Durham Ferry, which is not on the map. It's just off the lower right-hand corner of the map. And then we monitored them as they moved through the delta. We had receivers located throughout the delta, and we could detect the fish as they moved past. This was mostly fall wren, chinook salmon, and steelhead studies. From fall wren, chinook, the VAMP study, followed by the South Delta salmon survival study. And then for the steelhead, the first 6-year study was 2011 through 2016. There is a second study that is going on now, and I'm not using data from the second study because it's still being analyzed. And then there's also some data from spring run Chinook studies that were done by UC Davis, and that's for a few years, 2017 to 2019. I'm going to be focusing on the fall wren Chinook and the steelhead because those are the studies that I was heavily involved with. And I want to also orient you a little bit to the types of spatial regions that I'll be talking about. So looking at the map there, I'm going to be talking about survival in the San Joaquin down to Turner Cut, and then from Turner Cut to Chips Island. In the Old and Middle River region, from the head of Old River over to the water export facilities and or Highway 4, and then overall through the total delta survival from the head of Old River to Chips Island. And I'll be talking about the different migration routes, in particular the San Joaquin route versus the Old River route. So based on the decision that the fish make at the head of Old River. And obviously, the salvage at the export facilities is part of the Old River route, but it's also part of the San Joaquin route because fish could enter the interior river from Turner Cut or farther downstream. Okay, so survival through time. Here I'm showing you the estimates that we have for the different release groups each year of survival from the head of Old River to Chips Island, and 1 bar for the San Joaquin route for each release group and 1 bar for the Old River route. San Joaquin is in gray and the Old River is in blue. Chinook on the left and Steelhead on the right. I've got the water year type labeled up above each year. And you'll see that in some years we had quite a few releases, in other years we had only a few. What's really obvious here is that survival for Chinook was extraordinarily low throughout these studies. We expected higher survival in the San Joaquin route, but that's not what we saw. If anything, we saw survival being somewhat higher in the Old River route, but because of the imprecision on the estimates, there was actually no statistical difference. But certainly when the point estimate was higher, it tended to be in the Old River route, and that was mostly due to salvaged fish. For steelhead, survival tends to be considerably higher, which was really gratifying when I first saw that, like, oh, good. But then I realized this is still a very short time period in these fish's life cycle. And so even if you have 75% survival, for steelhead, we see survival can be much higher than for Chinook. It can also be still very, very low, but it is quite variable. And for steelhead, we do tend to see survival higher in the San Joaquin route than in the Old River route, which we did not see for Chinook. Moving on, here I'm putting up the survival estimates that we see from the spring run Chinook and comparing that to the fall run. For the spring run, this was 2017, 2018, and 2019. So there's only 1 year that really overlaps with the fall run, that's 2017. But survival tends to be higher, although not high. It's also being measured from a little bit farther upstream or upriver in the San Joaquin. Just wanted to let you see the magnitude of survival that we have there as well. Okay, onward to the conclusions. And maybe if you're interested in particular questions, identify which ones here, and then you can pay attention, especially to that part of the talk when I get to the rest of it. So focusing first on the San Joaquin from the head of Old River down to Turner Cut, or from Lathrop down to Turner Cut. I looked at a number of factors, covariates, and looked at the relationship between survival and those covariates. What really stood out as being important was Vernalis inflow, so delta inflow, had a positive effect on survival, and this was the strongest effect we saw for steelhead. The head of Old River barrier appeared to be important in survival here. Now, these are for fish that have already selected the San Joaquin route. So this is after they have encountered the barrier, or at least encountered the junction. The benefit of the barrier appears to be not just routing fish, but it routes the flow. So you get more flow down the San Joaquin, and you get a bigger boost of the delta inflow by having the barrier. The exports effect, there wasn't strong evidence of an exports effect in this region. For the IE ratio, there was evidence of a positive effect, but it was very similar to the inflow effect. And part of that is because we didn't have a lot of variability in export, so it's really reflecting variability in inflow. And then I also looked at temperature, and that was negatively associated with survival, probably was a negative, causal effect in that case, I'm guessing. And that was the strongest effect that we saw for fall run Chinook. For the region from Turner Cut down to Chips Island, this was in both the San Joaquin route from Turner Cut and in the Turner Cut route. I didn't do modeling for Chinook, but it was apparent for both Chinook and steelhead that what was really important there was the route selection. Fish that stayed in the San Joaquin had a much better chance of getting to Chips Island than fish that entered Turner Cut. USGS has done some additional analysis of the steelhead data, and they found some evidence of an effective OMR in this region, but it's possible that it's really an exports effect or maybe an inflow effect, although, as we've heard, we're not really expecting a big effective inflow, Vernalis inflow on hydrodynamics there. It's kind of difficult to tell in that region. I didn't find any effect when I did my analysis, but USGS did a slightly different style of analysis. For the region from in Old River, from the head of Old River to either the export facilities or Highway 4, in that case, what was important for Chinook was temperature and delta inflow. What was important for Steelhead was delta inflow and OMR. It wasn't exports, and that was surprising to me, but when I revised what the response variable was, I didn't include Highway 4 and just looked at, did the fish go to the export facilities and apparently either stay there or enter there? At that point, there was a positive exports effect.
A positive export?
A positive exports effect, yeah, on the probability of going to the export facilities as opposed to Highway 4. So it's not really survival, but it's where do you go? For route selection, at the head of Old River, obviously the barrier has a gigantic effect on route selection there when it's in. Otherwise, it's localized measures of flow, flow proportion, and the tidal stage, as Greg was indicating. As far as a route effect on survival, somewhat equivocal. As seen for Chinook, there was not really strong evidence of a route effect. If there was, then it was Old River's higher. For Steelhead, maybe there is a route effect, higher survival in the San Joaquin route, but when I compared the possibility of a route effect versus a barrier effect, there was more support for a barrier effect than for a route effect. So when the barrier was in, there was a higher survival in the San Joaquin. When the barrier was out, there was not higher survival in the San Joaquin. For the Turner Cut Junction, for the Turner Cut Junction, I modeled this for Steelhead, not for Chinook. What was important was flow in Turner Cut and also flow in the San Joaquin just downstream of Turner Cut at McDonald Island. There was some evidence of a relationship with exports, but it was considerably weaker than the localized flow effects at Turner Cut, which is not terribly surprising. As far as a route effect, as I indicated, there's a strong positive effect of staying in the San Joaquin as far as getting to Chips Island. Okay, so now I'm going to go back and show you the conditions that we had. For fall run Chinook, we've got 3 plots of conditions. On the left is delta inflow measured at Vernalis. And I'm showing you delta inflow in the spring during the time period when the studies were going on. So from April through June, there's one curve for each year, and the dots on the curves indicate when the fish were released. 2011 and 2017 were very high flow years. As you can see in 2011, even though it was a high flow year, we released all the fish after the peak of the high flow that was in April. For 2017, we had releases earlier in the year, and they had higher flows there. The other years were either above normal in 2010 down to critically dry in 3 of the years. For exports, it's a little hard to see what the pattern is because there is a lot of overlap between the years. However, the range of exports during the spring when these fish were migrating was relatively small compared to what it is throughout the rest of the year. For the most part, we do have higher exports in June after the restrictions, and we did have some releases then in 2011. Notice that the bright green dots down at the bottom, that was 2010. We had a lot of releases that year, and exports were all kept to the minimum, so it's very stable there, which helps us see an inflow effect, but it doesn't help us see an exports effect. And then for temperature, we expect higher temperatures in the warmer or in the drier years, and we do tend to see that. Although, again, in 2010, we had comparable temperatures as we saw in 2011. That was also earlier in the year. And that's one thing I wanted to draw your attention to. The releases in 2011 were all later than in the other years. And also, I wanted to point out the status of the Old River Barrier during these years. The first 2 years of the acoustic telemetry study, we actually didn't have a physical barrier, but we had an experimental non-physical barrier at the head of Old River. It was a bioacoustic fish fence that used sounds or bubble curtain and lights, to try to deter fish from entering Old River, and it was on for about half of the fish. After that, they stopped doing that and went back to the barrier in some of the years. Of course, some years it could not be installed. It was installed in 2012, 2014, and 2016. For steelhead, it was similar types of plots. Some things to note, keep doing that. We released fish earlier for steelhead from March through June in 2011, but mostly it was March, April, May. And we did get a release before the peak in 2011, the peak inflow, but not during the peak inflow. All right, so another way of looking at the conditions, summarizing the conditions, and addressing whether or not we can distinguish between inflow and exports effects is to look at the combinations of values of conditions that we observed. And so this slide is courtesy of Brad, and it's summarizing the combinations of inflow and exports that we saw during the 6-year study for steelhead. And so we've got categories of low, medium, and high inflow compared to the same types of categories for exports going across the rows and the columns. And then the color is indicating how many releases we had in those categories. So we're seeing that most of our conditions are either low inflow, low exports, or low medium inflow, low medium exports. We have some variability in exports when we have low or maybe low medium inflow. We have some variability in exports when we have high inflow, but there are some conditions we're just not seeing. We didn't see any medium inflow conditions, and then of course we don't have conditions such as low inflow, high exports on the basis of the recommendations, and also it's difficult to get that. So the inflow and exports are not entirely correlated here, but there is a tendency for them, the conditions, to kind of group along that major axis, and that's going to limit our ability to tell the difference between inflow and exports. All right, so now I'm going to drill down into the survival data, focusing first on the main stem San Joaquin, and for fall run Chinook, we're looking at survival from Lathrop at the head of Old River down to Turner Cut is indicated by the map. And we've got the release level survival estimates there. And it's quite variable. Some years it's up to about 50%. Other years it looks like zero or at least very low. In some cases, if the barrier was not in at the head of Old River, then most fish entered Old River. So we wouldn't have very much sample size to estimate this. And that was primarily in 2013. And then here I'm plotting survival against different covariates representing delta inflow, VNS inflow, combined exports, or the IE ratio. Now these are summaries of conditions over a 2-day period for the Chinook. And we can see, it looks like there's a relationship with VNS inflow, a relationship with the IE ratio, not really one with exports. And so I went ahead and modeled this using an individual-based model, so I could really identify covariates with each tag individually, so all the tags in the same release group did not have to have the same covariates. And it kind of confirmed what we saw with the scatter plots. If you look at the table on the left, I'll walk through the columns briefly. The name of the covariate, you can kind of ignore, it's just a code name. The type indicates what type of measure we're looking at, temperature, delta inflow, IE ratio, and so forth. The sign indicates if it's a positive or negative effect. The P is the p-value from an F-test, and so that's going to tell you, is this a significant statistical relationship or not? And so you're looking for very small p-values, and delta AIC is comparing the results among those different covariates, essentially. So it's always going to start at 0, that's the top-ranked model, and then go up. And AUC is a goodness of fit, so you want higher values there. So what we're seeing for survival from the head of Old River to Turner Cut, the top-ranked model was actually defined by temperature, and then delta inflow, and then the IE ratio. But it was highly selected for temperature. And I've plotted some of the models over on the right. exports from the CVP up on the upper left corner, exports from the SWP in the upper right corner. The lower left corner is temperature at Lathrop, and the lower right corner is delta inflow at Vernalis. And then on each of those, we have a number of curves, color-coded curves. It's because we also included water year type in the model, kind of a clunky measure of water year type. We didn't have enough data to use all 5 levels, so wet was a wet, what you might consider, what is always defined to be a wet year. Normal combined that above normal and below normal conditions, and then dry was both dry and critical. So blue's wet, gold is normal, and then the red is dry, either with or without the barrier. And looking at the temperature model, for the dry year, or well, all of the years we're seeing, or models, we're seeing a negative relationship, but notice that it's much steeper when the barrier is in than when the barrier is out for that dry year. Okay, for steelhead in the same region, survival could be very high in this region. It could also be very low and pretty variable. It seemed to be related to delta inflow, but not necessarily to exports. When I did modeling here, same idea, although the graphics are not quite as pretty. What stood out was delta inflow, then the IE ratio and temperature, so similar covariates there. In this case, delta inflow was highly indicated compared to the other measures. And so what I've got plotted there are the predicted survivals for different levels of inflow. And now this time it's a 5-day average delta inflow, 2011, 2013, and 2015. And I wanted to draw your attention to these comparisons in particular because 2011 was our high flow year. 2013 was a critically dry year without a head of Old River barrier. And 2015 was an even more critically dry year, but it had a head of Old River barrier. And the predicted survival for 2015 was often higher than what we were predicting in 2013, even for the same or higher flow levels. And it even got up to as high as what we were predicting for 2011, the much higher flow year. And what was obviously different there in 2015 was that it had a barrier. There may have been other differences as well, but at least it had a barrier. Okay, so moving downriver, looking at survival from Turner Cut down to Chips Island, we're looking at survival in the San Joaquin route, that's the gray, and in Turner Cut, that's the blue for Fall Run Chinook. No fish that entered Turner Cut were ever seen at Chips Island, so that survival's 0. For the fish that stayed in the San Joaquin River here, they at least had a chance of getting down to Chips Island, although it was still very low. So if you think about the survival that we saw down to Turner Cut, that could be pretty high, and then it just plummeted. At this point, it just really dropped off, which is maybe not surprising considering what Greg was talking about, the river opening up there. It's much more tidally influenced. For steelhead, survival tends to be higher. We do actually see some survival of Turner Cut fish to Chips Island, but it's still much higher in the San Joaquin route than it is in the Old River route. I did some modeling here to identify whether any of these factors, any of these covariates were related to survival, and really nothing was except for migration route. And so I'm showing you their predicted survival as a function of fork length, which was not strongly indicated either, but it was something to look at. And the big idea is just emphasizing the differences in survival by migration route there. So moving to survival in the Old River and Middle River, we're going to be looking at survival in the Old River route from the head of Middle River to either the facilities or Highway 4, as I mentioned before. And the map there shows, outlined in the gold square, shows the region that I'm talking about. The red bars indicate the locations of the acoustic receivers. So we're looking at survival from the head of Old River over to this kind of weirdly shaped region in general. And for Fall Run Chinook, survival can be quite high to that region, or it can be essentially nil. And part of that is maybe representative of small sample sizes. If the barrier is in, then very few fish take Old River, so you're not going to get an estimate there. And in, I guess, 2013, there was no barrier. We do have estimates, but survival's pretty low. Looks like there might be a relationship with Vernalis inflow, not necessarily exports. And when I did modeling of that, that is essentially what we saw. Temperature and delta inflow were the highest ranked models. There really wasn't an apparent effect of exports. And on the plots there, it's the same covariates that we were looking at before, two types of exports, temperature and delta inflow. The big red blob represents the error bars around a dry year with the barrier in. Just we don't have much sample size there, so you get very imprecise estimates. Otherwise, if you look at the other years for temperature, a negative relationship, not really a strong relationship, or it's not very steep, but it is fairly precise. And then a positive relationship with inflow, and not really much going on with exports. For steelhead, same deal. Variable survival, although it often is pretty high. Oops, let me go back. I did not do modeling of steelhead in this region myself, but you can see that it looks like there might be a delta inflow relationship. And I think that is what USGS found in their analysis. So they also used OMR and found a relationship there. Okay, so stepping out a bit and looking at survival from the Herbold River to Chips Island. So this is the whole thing, both routes. The estimates, the bar chart there, you've seen that before. Survival is very low for Fall Run Chinook. The gray is the San Joaquin route. The blue is the Old River route. Most of the variability that we see is actually in the Old River route. And it looks like there might be a relationship with Vernalis inflow, but it's not, consistent. It's hard to see that there is really well-defined relationships with the other covariates. When I did modeling on this wider spatial scale, inflow was not significant. There was some support for exports from the CVP, but it was not strong support. What really stood out as being relevant in this case was a measure of Old River flow at Bacon Island. And interestingly, it wasn't a net flow measure, or I didn't use instantaneous measures here. I was using some sort of summary. This was, it's the root mean square of flow, which without getting into the details is a measure of the volume of water. It's not reflecting the direction that the fish is taking. It's kind of pulling out the tidal signal. So it's not quite tidally averaged, but it's kind of similar to that. And there was a positive relationship there. If you look in the plots, that's the middle column of plots for the dry, normal, and wet years. And so we were predicting a higher survival to Chips Island when there was more water moving around in Old River around Bacon Island. Now, whether it is that location specifically that's important, or if it's just that there's more water in the interior delta, is that I cannot say. But based on some of the talks we've heard, we know that what's affecting Old River flows in that region is going to be tides, exports, to some extent inflow, but it's not San Joaquin inflow, it's going to be more Sacramento inflow. For steelhead, survival looks like it's related to delta inflow, not really exports much. When we did modeling there, what stood out was delta inflow and then temperature. So it's consistent with what we've seen in other regions, the IE ratio. And in this case, now a net OM, not quite OMR, but kind of like OMR, that's that OMT measure. And that is a net flow. The root mean square measure was not significant. And so I'm showing you predictions there for just 3 of the years 2011 to 2016 and 2014. 2016 was interesting because we had data both before the Herbold River barrier was installed and then after as well. And survival was predicted to be higher with the barrier installed. And I did explore whether or not there was a route effect versus a barrier effect. If I did not adjust for the barrier, then it looks like there was a route effect. If I adjusted for the route effect, I still needed a barrier effect. If I adjusted for the barrier, there was no route effect. So that, to me, suggested, at least based on these data, that, yeah, it looks more like a barrier effect than a route effect. All right. Route selection. What types of route selection are we seeing, and what is driving that? So looking at the Herbold River, this is showing you the probability of fish staying in the San Joaquin at the Herbold River. And it varies. Sometimes it's quite high, sometimes it's around 50%, sometimes it's quite low. And it tends to vary almost on an annual basis, and that's, at least for the fall run Chinook, it does that, and that's based on if there is a barrier in or not. So I've marked the years with a barrier. For steelhead, we did have releases before the barrier was in some years. For Turner Cut, most fish stay in the San Joaquin at Turner Cut, which is just as well. For steelhead, we do get more fish entering Turner Cut than we do Chinook. We also got a lot more steelhead getting down to that junction than we did for Chinook. Now, there's some years when we just don't have estimates, and that is either because there was a barrier, or there was no barrier in at the head of Old River, so most fish entered Old River, or in 2014 for the Chinook, there was a barrier. Survival was just very low, so we couldn't get an estimate for that year. I did some modeling of route selection. And in this case, I was using not a summarized measure of conditions, but more of instantaneous measures of conditions. And for Chinook, I did this a number of years ago. We didn't have all the data yet, so I was just using 2010 to 2013. When the barrier was not in, then route selection was related to, or found to be significant, to the San Joaquin discharge at Lathrop, so that's the flow measure in the San Joaquin just downstream of the head of Old River, and also the river stage at Lathrop, which is related to tides, among other things. So in particular, for a high flow year like 2011, when the river stage was higher, fish were more likely to enter Old River. Well, if that's going to happen when there's a flood tide, you might expect more fish entering Old River at that point, which is what this is predicting. For steelhead, also at Old River, we modeled route selection separately for barrier in, barrier out, and what was significant here was delta inflow at Vernalis and the Lathrop flow proportion. So delta inflow is measured farther upstream. It's not localized to the head of Old River, but that still was a significant factor, and that's both with and without the barrier. For the flow proportion, that is looking at the proportion of the flow that's entering the river junction from upstream, what proportion is staying in the San Joaquin versus going in Old River. So as more flow goes down the San Joaquin, you would expect fish to be following that for the most part, and that's generally what we see. We see a bigger effect of that when the barrier is out, that's that blue curve, than when the barrier is in. But overall, of course, the barrier is the driving force. For route selection at Turner Cut, we modeled this only for steelhead, and there I was using instantaneous covariates again, as well as I did look at some more management relevant metrics, such as the daily export rate or the daily delta inflow. And what came out as significant were the localized instantaneous covariates, in particular, flow in Turner Cut and flow and current speed in the San Joaquin at McDonald Island, which is just downstream of Turner Cut. So when more flow is coming out of Turner Cut, right, that's when the Turner Cut flow is positive, then we have fish not entering Turner Cut, they're staying in the San Joaquin. When there's more flow entering Turner Cut, then the fish are more likely to enter Turner Cut. So it's very logical in that sense. You know, they're kind of following the flow to some extent. And when there's more water moving past at a faster rate in the San Joaquin, then they're also more likely to stay in the San Joaquin. Okay, so on to just summarizing the conclusions again, now that you've seen all the pictures. The factors that were observed to be associated with survival, they may or may not be causal, but they're associated with survival. There's more evidence for effects of delta inflow, flow at various locations throughout the delta, not just at Fernalis, or temperature, then we didn't see as much evidence for survival effects of exports. There is definitely a route effect on survival at Turner Cut. The route effect at Head of Old River that we expected was somewhat equivocal, not necessarily there for Fall Run Chinook, or at least not going the way we were expecting. It may be there for Steelhead, but it's also possible that that is more of a barrier effect than a route effect. Of course, it could be both. Factors associated with route selection then, as just went over, the barrier in instantaneous measures of flow and flow proportion at the time when the fish are encountering the river junction. And so I'm going to stop here with some acknowledgments. Thanks to all the agencies involved in these studies. It was just a very big collaborative effort for all of these studies. And I just want to acknowledge all of them. And then there have a number of publications and references there if you want to read more about this. And I'll take any questions. I'm not sure how much time I have.
Thanks, Rebecca. We have like 9 minutes for questions.
Hi.
Hi.
I noticed in one of your results you had the individual effect or correlation for the State Water Project versus the CVP. And we always lump them together. I was just curious, is that a realistic sort of thing? Do you feel those are good results? Or
So the question is whether or not we should lump the CVP and SWP together and whether it makes sense to separate them out in analyses.
Yeah, and how confident do you feel you can say there's an individual effect versus just net exports?
Right. So do we believe any differences between them, or is it really just a combination effect of the combined exports? You know, I think that it to some extent is going to depend on what region you're talking about. As far as survival in the Old and Middle River route from the Head of Old River, if you wanted survival to the export facilities and going into the export facilities, exports in general, the combined exports will draw the fish over there. Where the exports is occurring is going to dictate where specifically they go. You know, if it's mostly from the CVP, they're going to go there. If the radial gates are open at Clifton Court 4 Bay, then they may be more likely to go there, depending on what's going on at the CVP. For survival or route selection at Turner Cut, in that case, we did see some differences in the effect of exports at CVP versus SWP. There was a negative effect of exports at CVP on route selection at Turner Cut. So when there was more exports at CVP, then fish were more likely to enter Turner Cut. Although it wasn't really strong evidence, but there was some support for that. For the SWP exports, there was also a relationship there, but only when the barrier was out. So there's I think there's a different set of hydrodynamics going on, like where you might expect the effects of exports to or how you might expect the effects of exports to be perceived or to affect hydrodynamics in other regions of the Delta. But I'm actually going to maybe have either Bruce or Greg might have more information on that.
Bruce and Greg are exchanging meaningful looks. It's actually the same question I asked
Greg, because the operations of the CVP are really different. You were using daily average exports for both. But in fact, the CVP is sitting there cranking away, and if they tell you what they're exporting on a given day, that's pretty much what they're exporting all day long. But the CVP, I mean the SWP, can happily live off of Clifton Court for days. And so they might not take any water out and just say, okay, we're going to take this water, and then Clifton Court gets empty. They open the gates on a falling tide, and there's
Sucking the
I'll let
fish.
Greg just clear.
Yeah, it can be up
correct
to
me, but-
25,000 cubic feet per second for a short period of time. So.
Yes, if you happen to be in the area when they open Clifton Court,
Okay.
it doesn't matter what the CEP is doing. It's all
Going
water's
in.
going into Clifton
Good
Court.
point.
So
But
that
that's
goes
not
back
what
to
you were
my-
looking at. So
Yeah.
that's a different aspect entirely than what you were describing.
That gets back to my recommendation. You look at what's happening at the time that the fish are passing various, like Turner Cut or various locations, on what's actually happening with the tides at those times. And those data are available.
Can I ask you the same question I asked Brad? What do you think? What cue do you think the fish are following to get from Vernalis to Chips?
Well, you're asking a statistician a biological question, so bear that in mind.
But you hang around with biologists.
I do, yeah. I think that they are. I think, to some extent, I think they may be cueing on salinity. And in some of these analyses, I did also look at X2 as a measure of salinity, maybe not a perfect measure of salinity. There was that was a pretty strong relationship, but we didn't have a lot of overlap between years, so I didn't include in the later models. But it did relate to the survival to Chips Island. I think they're also cueing on where the water's going.
How would they know how the
Well, where the localized water looks like the localized water is going. So where what are the velocity, the short, close velocity forces?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Talk more when the panel convenes, but yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's a couple questions online. Sorry, there's a couple questions online. Are there differences between how the salvage fish are handled for steelhead versus Chinook? And if so, could that have affected the conclusion about survival being higher for steelhead in the main stem?
That's a good question. I'm not sure about handling differences for Chinook versus steelhead. I would say one of the big differences we should be aware of between these species is that the steelhead are considerably larger than the Chinook. And so they are more able to evade the predators in the delta, out in the river channels, as well as maybe entering the facilities, than the Chinook are. And so they are. My feeling is they're not as reliant on the salvage process to get to Chips Island because they have a fighting chance out in the river channels themselves, whereas Chinook don't. These are sub-yearling Chinook and they're yearling steelhead, and then steelhead are pretty wily.
Do you have off the top of your head, can you give people a size range? We're talking about the difference in sizes between the two species.
I think the Chinook were around maybe 100 millimeters-ish, and the steelhead would be maybe twice that. I don't quote me on that, but I think that sounds, about right.
The other side on that is that we have louvers to keep out bigger fish. So the louvers will keep out steelhead and keep them exposed to continued predation in Clifton Court, whereas the smaller salmon can get through and get salvaged and be transported. So that might be affecting your results.
That is a possibility that the steelhead are being kept out of salvage because the louvers don't allow the larger fish in. Although someone told me once that while the steelhead can get through the louvers at the State Water Project, the predators of steelhead cannot get through the louvers. And so once they get through, they're not subject to predation within the facility and within salvage, whereas the predators of Chinook can get through because they're smaller fish. Although that was more useful to us, I think, when we were trying to distinguish between detections of predators and salmon or steelhead.
So I think we have time for one more question. I know there's questions online too, so we'll try to get to that. But Steve, last question?
Yeah, so thanks, Rebecca. I had a question about the using the IDE and OMR as a metric, since both of those are really confounded with each other, and exports was often equivocal, but the flow effects were strong. Would you agree that when you see an effect of IDE, that what you're really seeing is that flow effect component of that metric? And what are your thoughts in general on using that type of a confounded metric to examine flow effects?
Yeah, I threw in the results for IE into the presentation, although I had included them initially, and I had included them in my publications. I really think focusing on inflow separately from exports is a good idea because at least, well, two reasons. As I think Bruce pointed out, you can have different levels of inflow and exports and get the same IE ratio. So it's not really telling you what's going on in the system. And for these data in particular, most of our variability came from inflow. It didn't come from exports. So when I see an IE effect here, it's really reflecting an inflow effect. For OMR, I'm not as confident in speaking about that, I guess. I saw an effect, or at least an association of flows in the interior delta. Sometimes they're related to OMR, sometimes not really, like the Bacon Island flow, the volume, or the almost the tidally averaged measure. It's not really OMR, although it's in the same region.
Okay, with that, I think we're going to have to break for lunch. We have about an hour for lunch. Thank you, Rebecca, first of all. Thank you. So yeah, if you're in the room, lunch is in the back. If you're online, we'll be meeting back at 1 o'clock. And again, we do know there's some questions in the chat from online folks, and we'll save those and ask Rebecca to address them, when she can later today. All right, thank you. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everyone. For those of you online, we've been told there's about a minute delay, but if you refresh your browser, that should fix it for you. So maybe you want to take a moment to refresh while I'm welcoming everyone back. So we're going to have a short presentation by Steve Zeug on salmonid behavior in the Delta, and that's going to set us up really well for kind of a panel discussion. We're going to take first questions from the panelists, from themselves, any reactions they've had to one another's talks, and then we have a series of discussion questions we're going to moderate through, and then take a short break and open it up for audience questions. So with that, welcome Steve. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, thank you. So yeah, my talk is going to mostly focus on the behavior of juvenile salmonids in the Delta, and I think up to this point, we've largely been talking about juvenile salmonids migrating through the Delta, but we do know from monitoring programs that fish or salmonids enter the Delta at a variety of sizes. We get fry, we get sub-yearlings, and we even get yearling smolts of different races. So there's a variety of behaviors going on in the Delta, including both rearing and holding behaviors as well as migrating behaviors. And the way you might think about this is that the proportion of time that they're going to spend rearing, or the proportion of the population that's rearing, is going to be a function of size. So early in the season, when most of these fish are small, almost all of them are going to be rearing. And then later in the season, almost all of them are going to be migrating, and very few of them will be engaging in rearing behavior. So what these fish are looking to do and where they're looking to go is going to vary depending on the time of year and the specific race you're talking about. And also, these are a littoral species, and most of the data that come from estuaries, not just ours, is that they are using littoral habitat when they're rearing. They're preying on littoral species, on littoral invertebrate species, and then part of their predator defense strategy is to remain on the bottom and remain motionless in order to avoid detection. So unlike smelt, they are not hanging out in a pelagic environment while they're rearing, although they might also switch between rearing and migrating behavior during their time in the delta. And most of our studies have come from hatchery fish, which might have a greater propensity to migrate because they're typically released when they're already large and expressing smoltification. And so the associations, the habitat associations when fish are migrating are a little less clear, but it is likely that they switch between pelagic environment and a littoral environment. And so when you think about where salmon are existing in the delta while they're rearing or holding, they're going to be existing on the channel margins where they can avoid the higher velocities in the center of the river channel and also the deep water habitat where more predators are going to be hanging out. When they're migrating, they're probably going to be more apt to use non-littoral habitats, but still may migrate in the littoral zone as well. So very different than like a packet of water or a school of pelagic fish that we might think about in terms of something like a smelt. So now I want to kind of focus on what are the possibilities of exports and flows, especially net flows, to influence fish or juvenile salmonids when they're either engaging in this rearing and holding behavior versus migrating behavior. And one thing is that if they're using littoral habitat, the main factor that's going to affect the quality and availability of that habitat is going to be tides, because that's what's really changing the land-water interface. And we know from some of the presentations today as well that for the most part, exports and inflows have very little to do with the actual water level in the delta. That's primarily going to be driven by tides. Now that can change because there is a gradient between higher river influence, the farther upstream you go, and then greater tidal influence the farther downstream you go. So that can change, or during a really high flow event. But in general, it's going to be tides, and then also the local velocity fields that are created by that tidal movement and how it interacts with the littoral habitat. So really, there's not a lot of chance for those two things, for net flow effects or export effects to affect that type of habitat. Now, while fish are migrating, that can be a little bit different. From the acoustic data we have, we know that they are making rapid directional movements while they're migrating, but that's still interspersed with holding or rearing behavior. And so this plot that I have here is a waterfall plot. This is from some fish that we tagged with acoustic tags, fall run Chinook from Coleman Hatchery. So at the very top up there, you have Battle Creek, and then the days since release on the x-axis. And in that little square, that's when they enter tidal habitat. And we've known for a long time from acoustic data that their migration rate slows when they transition from riverine to tidal habitat. And so what you see here is fish spending a longer period of time at these different tidal stations. And this is happening even when there's in places where we suspect there's not some type of an export effect, like at Benicia. This just seems to be a behavior in the tidal zone that they are holding up there, potentially as a function of that bidirectional water movement. But that's the type of behavior we're seeing. And then fish are moving really, really fast. So some of these data are from Rebecca's study. The first one with Chinook salmon from the San Joaquin, they're getting out of the delta in between about 3 and 5 days. So they're moving quite a large distance in a very short amount of time. For steelhead, 90% of them are through in 6 to 22 days. And then I also included some data from the Sacramento so that you could get that as a per kilometer day rate in the tidal zone. And for Chinook in the Sacramento River, they're moving about 22 to 29 kilometers per day, and steelhead are moving about 14 to 28 kilometers per day. So those are pretty rapid movements, and that also means that, as you saw from some of the graphs that Greg and Brad presented, is that they're moving across areas that have very different net flow signatures in a single day. So is net flow going to be a good directional cue if you're moving through the delta? And one thing about these net flow values is that they're integrated over 24 hours on a single day. But as we know from the observed fish movement, they're not staying in a single place for 24 hours in order to integrate that signal and figure out which way the flow's going. They may only be holding in a certain spot for 6 hours, for 12 hours, for 2 hours. It wouldn't be long enough to actually detect what that net flow signature is. And then the effect attenuates the closer you get to the ocean. So it doesn't really make sense for fish to cue in on something that actually gets weaker the closer they get to their goal. At some point, they're going to have to switch to something else. So if you think about this, if net flow really is how they're determining how they get to the ocean, how does that work in the bay when the tidal movement is almost 50-50? They're trying to hone in on this minuscule cue when there's much other cues available that can fit into the sensory ovoid that Brad talked about earlier, things like salinity or the Earth's magnetic field or some other cue that they could use to navigate to the ocean. And so I just want to talk a little bit more maybe science-y about how we study net flow effects and the burden of proof. And, typically in science we use an evidential burden of proof, which means we would assume that there's no effect until good evidence is presented that one exists. So if I told you that I think cell phone towers are making our adult salmon sterile and that we need to build Faraday cages over all the spawning habitat, you're probably going to ask for some pretty good evidence before you invest in those Faraday cages, But there's also, you can have the prudential burden of proof. And so that's where you assume this effect exists until good evidence is presented otherwise. This is also known as the precautionary principle. So this is what you use if a new medication is developed or a new food additive is developed. If there's a high chance that there's going to be a false negative, you use this prudential approach. And really we've done it implicitly more so than explicitly, but that's what we've done in terms of net flows. And I think Greg did a great job showing how these regulations have come up essentially with very little evidence that the effect actually exists, yet it's gotten integrated into our management strategy. So really quick, and I'm really glad Rebecca's here because I cite a lot of her work right now, so she can tell me if I'm out of line, please speak up. Is that I just want to go through some of the evidence we have for whether this effect exists, because we've been studying it a long time. The first one is a study by Newman in 2008 where he summarized a whole bunch of coated wire tag releases from the 70s all the way through to the early 2000s and was looking for an effect of inflows and exports on San Joaquin origin fall run Chinook salmon. And he found that there was some support for a flow effect, no support for an export effect. And what support was there? The effect was positive. So we've known that from the coated wire tag studies. In 2013, Brad and I published a paper where we looked at more coated wire tag releases from the Sacramento and the San Joaquin. And on the San Joaquin side, we compared different models, and one of them included flow variables of exports and inflow. And there was no support for that model in determining recovery rates of coated wire tags in the ocean that were released in the San Joaquin. In 2014, Brad and I published another paper where we looked at the salvage at the two facilities, at the CVP and the SWP, for coated wire tag releases in the San Joaquin and the Sacramento River. And what we found is that loss and entrainment do go up with exports, which totally makes sense because it's like a sampling effect. The more water you draw in, the more fish you're going to draw in there. So just as if you did 20 trawls, you're going to get more fish than if you do 2 trawls. So that's not very surprising. What we were surprised about is that we were able to scale this. So rather than a salvage estimate a raw salvage estimate where you don't know how many fish were available, we know the size of the coated wire tag release group. So we knew how many fish are going to be out there potentially to be entrained and salvaged. And then we combine that with the coated wire or with the acoustic estimates of survival through the delta, so we could figure out how much mortality at the facilities or how much total mortality can be accounted for by entrainment at the facilities. And it's very, very low. In the San Joaquin, it can be up to 10%, but on average, it's less than 1% of all the mortality they experience while in the delta. So it's not a huge source of mortality. And then Rebecca published a paper in 2018, and one thing I thought was really interesting in there is that survival to chips was pretty similar. This is through the whole delta in 2011, which was a wet year, and some of the dry years. So, and in 2011, during those releases, OMR was positive. So if net flows were going to create this huge survival effect, we should have seen really good survival when OMRs are positive, but that wasn't something that was seen in that paper. In 2020, she published another paper, which was great, and it showed that there was spatial variation in the relationships with these hydrologic variables. This is, again, fall run Chinook salmon. But that inflow measures were better supported than measures of exports or I/E, and I think that's very similar to what she presented today. Again, some more evidence that maybe some of these metrics aren't having the effect we suppose they were. I think this is actually 2022, but in 2021, I think this was the online early. Rebecca published the results of the Steelhead paper, and similar to what she presented today, inflow performed best, while exports and I/E performed relatively poorly with delta AIC values more than 68 points relative to the best model. And so typically you need to have a delta AIC value probably less than 7 if you want to consider that to have relatively good support relative to the better fit models. So on the Sacramento side, Newman and Rice in 2002 did an analysis of coded wire tags released in the Sacramento to look for flow and export effects, and they found neither. In 2003, they did another one, or Ken Newman did another one, and this time they looked at paired releases, fish, and in that one they found an effect of flow and exports. And I got to say, out of all these studies, I hear this one cited more than any other, and it's the only one that found a significant effect of exports. Ken Newman and Pat Brandis published a paper in 2010 where they looked at paired coded wire tag releases in Georgiana Slough and the Sacramento River at export rates between 2,000 and 10,000 to try and detect an effect of exports on survival of those release groups. And they found that a model without exports was just as likely as a model with exports. So again, a very equivocal finding for any type of an export effect on salmon survival. And the paper Brad and I published in 2013 also looked at Sacramento releases, and we also found no flow or export effect. And then Russ Perry published a paper in 2018 where he found that flow effects were significant in fully riverine reaches of the Sacramento River, and then also reaches that were tidal, but during high flows would transition from bidirectional to unidirectional. But in regions that were always bidirectional, in fully tidal reaches of the delta, the flow effect was not significant. So just going through those are just the peer-reviewed studies. Those don't include gray literature. But I think we have a pretty good set of evidence now about what potential export and flow effects may be. So I guess the question I want to leave with is, if we're using the prudential burden of proof, and that's what we've been doing, what other evidence would be required? What would you need to see before it's time to abandon this approach to the burden of proof? And yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. We can have a couple minutes for questions. Yes, can I give you a microphone? Sorry.
Sure, no problem. Thanks, Steve. So, kind of piecing together what we've heard today and the evidentiary-based, assuming that we're banking on the evidence approach, can one infer then the reductions in exports are not helping the fish?
That would certainly be my conclusion. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would be my conclusion. I mean, my conclusion from what we've done so far would be that inflows seem to be important and affect survival. Exports, not so much so, but also I think I don't think it's that exports can't affect fish. I think they're just not affecting fish delta-wide. I think if you're in that region of the old Middle River corridor, north of the facilities where there's big effects of velocity and flow from exports, it's possible. I think, unfortunately, we release most of the acoustic tags pretty far upstream, and there's not a lot of fish that make it to that area. So we haven't really been able to get a good handle on what exactly is going on right there. So I wouldn't say that they don't. It doesn't appear that they affect them delta-wide, but I wouldn't say that they don't affect them at all. I think it just depends on where they are in space.
Okay, and so then a corollary would be this is maybe further evidence that we should be focusing more upstream or on other factors.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a response, if I may. I would draw attention, and Dr. Buchanan can correct me if she chooses, but all of her studies were done under times when the EI ratio was in place, where we were working under the biological opinions. So the inflow and export stuff is closely tied to each other, and you can't, as I think you said, you can't parse them. So that's a problem. Personal history here. When I started as a graduate student, the first thing I published was a rebuttal to a paper written by a fellow in my graduate group, where my major professor was a co-author on that paper, because they had come out and said they couldn't find anything on the structure of Indiana Stream Fish Association. And I said, well, if you look at it from the biology of the fish and you put the communities as a pool system versus a riffle system, they show lots of structure. They're very consistent through time. But if you mix them together, then you can't tell anything. And that's been a theme through the last few years. Since then, I really, really like positive results. And if somebody fails to find something, it doesn't carry much weight for me. And there's two ways to look at what Steve just put up there about the publications. And the one that was cited a lot was the one that actually had positive results. And that could be confirmation bias. We like to see results that we agree with. But it's also cited a lot because it said something that actually had a significant p-value. So that's crucial. And if there are lots of other things out there that are killing fish, and we should be addressing them. But we need to do the same thing for contaminants, for everything else. We've got that solid for salmon in for tire out, the chemical that's coming off of tires that's killing salmon up in the West. We think it's happening here, but we haven't tested that. And I'd be willing to go with the stuff from the Northwest is strong enough that we should be addressing it in California. But people are going to look at it in California first. And that's the way the world works. Is it really a problem here? I like positive results. And I was glad that my major professor still let me be in the lab.
Okay, maybe if I can follow up a question
Please.
with that. So Bruce, would you have expected that in the years, if this negative effect isn't happening, and you're talking about the IDE being constrained during these studies, in the years when OMR is positive, wouldn't you have expected to see a big survival effect, even though the IDE is in place? Because that's supposed to be the mechanism, right?
Yeah, I fear that I also believe that there's lots of things killing the fish. And so temperatures have been rising. South Delta has become a place where Delta smelt can't survive. But back when we were writing the Delta smelt recovery plan, we were including South Delta as a place where we can't recover them until they're in the South Delta again. And I don't think that's possible now. So there's limits, and lots of things to consider. So the fact that one problem gets solved for a year doesn't mean the fish are off the hook.
So you think you would need multiple years of OMR flow to?
I'd like to see positive results. I'd like to see something with a p-value less than 0.05.
But you can't get that with a negative result, right?
That's right.
So what should we be testing
if you
for?
If whatever you think is important, then look for it and prove that that's killing fish.
So we should assume that everything is affecting it until we can show it's not.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
Well,
All right.
okay. We know the fish are dying. We're running out of fish.
Yeah.
Something is killing them.
Right. Yeah.
So if you don't believe flows and exports, which we've been spending time trying to address, is at work, then show me what else to attack.
So what would convince you to not keep going down this path?
Show me something that works all the time or works often to the scale.
Does this
that
work
kills
all the
fish.
time?
Pardon?
Does this work all the time?
No, I am not suggesting that again, when I started, I think the IE ratio reflects the survival on the in-river stuff.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think it has anything to do with export rates.
Right.
So I think that the IE is an attempt to balance out, well, if conditions are good in the river, then we can have worse conditions in the delta. I think that was kind of a political management issue of, well, how can we do this? And yes, the feeling that, well, if the river is running high, then we should be able to take more water. I think that was in there, but I don't think there was any science in any of that. So I'm not defending the IE, but before we throw out any way to try to address an obvious source of mortality, and there's lots of other things killing them, the changes in turbidity, change predation rates, I'd like to get on that, but we're trying to keep predation out of the South Delta to protect smelt, and so that means we're keeping the South Delta cleaner, maybe we're enhancing predation on that. I don't know. I've got lots to worry about. But the export rates clearly take fish in, and I view, as I said in my talk, entrainment as anything that moves fish off their migratory pathway. And the South Delta is a death trap.
Can I ask you, based on what Rebecca presented, which has not shown that exports move fish off their migratory path into the South Delta, is that still your view, that using exports to manage that is doing that? Does the evidence suggest to you?
They're going off different routes. I love the stuff she's doing on route selection, why they're selecting routes, and what cues the fish to go one way or another is something I'd really like to get a handle on, because I think we could manage the system much better if we knew what the fish were being oriented to by. But we don't have that really. So Rebecca, I've been...
Yeah, maybe we could open it up to Rebecca and Greg. Do you guys have any thoughts or comments?
Well, getting back to the original question about whether or not we should still pursue a question about exports, I totally agree that we have not found the exports effect that was maybe predicted by some of these studies before they happened as hypotheses, and that some of the management might be predicated upon. That said, we, as has been said earlier today, we collected these data under a policy of restricted exports. And so we didn't have the full range of variability in exports that there would have been without that policy. So we're not testing the effect of exports in general. We're testing the effect of variability within the range of the existing policy, which is not, relatively speaking, not that much. And there's also the habitat changes that the system that is required to provide the exports has implemented or has effected in over the past 60 or whatever years. That is potentially an effect of exports, but it's not a short-term effect, it's a long-term effect. And I'm not necessarily the right person to speak to that, but certainly the habitat has changed. And that is going to have effects on the survival that the fish are experiencing, even apart from like a short-term change and a small-term change in exports. Regardless of whether or not there's a routing effect of exports, there's an effect of the system required to provide the exports.
There just isn't a good route through the South Delta.
That's true.
Regardless of conditions. Yeah.
Yeah, I just add one thing. There was, I realized later that I left off one slide on my conclusions, and the main conclusion there was that we need to look at other things. I think Rebecca started that in some of her results that fascinated me when she found the Old and Middle River RMS, or the volume relationship. That says to me there's a neap spring cycle, because that's what drives that. Yes. And looking at the neap spring cycle when these fish are moving and where they are, I think is important. In other words, looking at the actual flows with data that we either have now, or even going back when we didn't have it, but using either models or relationships, because we have a lot of stage data. We know what's going on with the tides would be highly useful in teasing out some of the information that we don't have right now that we could. So I think those things would be very, very helpful.
Yeah, and it intersects with what I asked you about the Clifton Court.
Yes,
because they fill Clifton Court on a falling tide, and
Is your mic on? Is your mic on?
Sorry, no.
Since they tie Clifton Court forebay operations to tidal operations, to tidal actions, that could easily be compounding what ends up being entrained, because you're having the deltas draining out, and they open up, and all of a sudden the water that would be draining to the bay is draining into Clifton Court. I'd like to have a better understanding of how that affects the fish in the South Delta. I fear that it's not being considered now, and I think that we could do something that would reduce whatever impact might be there. But I mean, you said it was 5,000, but it's actually 25,000 coming into Clifton Court. Yeah. And that's a lot of water. Right. And if you do it on the falling tide, all the fish that would be going out are going in instead. And so I think there's a lot of potential to do this kind of experiment, do this kind of other management. As I say, I don't think the IE is a very scientifically founded tool. But let's go further and let's actually find out where the fish are going. We can track the fish. We've got good hydrodynamic stuff. Get on it.
Yeah, and that could explain why on those curves it really takes off when the exports are at minus 10,000, because they're doing that every day with Clifton Court. There's another thing that I think that needs to be looked at very carefully, and that's is not really anything that we've talked about, but we got to get rid of the water year types. These things were developed back when spreadsheets were done on a piece of graph paper with a pencil, because it was easier, and there's really no need to do that now. We can do the same thing we did with X2, which is base your regulations month to month based on what the runoff was the last week or 2 weeks ago. You don't need to, it means some work figuring out what the relationship should be. And then the last thing I think is that I think there's a lot of evidence that, and this I just have to say, Kay was right, that if you're protecting smelt, you're protecting salmon. And going beyond that, I don't think there's a lot of evidence to do that.
Yeah, it's funny, but I think
like to start first.
I can start. Hydrodynamically, obviously, it's close to the export pumps. They're going to affect salmon coming from the San Joaquin across when there's no barrier. They're going to affect salmon coming from the north. Once you get beyond the area where the export effect, once it starts dividing up into Turner Cut and Middle River and Old River and False River, you get into areas where the tidal effects are just overwhelming. The amount of flow going into Frank's Tract isn't going to depend on what the exports are. It depends on how much goes through False River primarily. And that's where they get trapped, and that's pretty much the range.
I would second Greg's explanation. I think that's right on.
I agree.
Seeing lots of head nodding from the panelists. Okay, so if we go to question 2. Bruce?
No, I was nodding my head
Okay,
too.
Bruce is nodding his head.
I can be agreeable at times.
So then looking at our next question, so it's the same question but focused now on inflows. So where in the Delta are San Joaquin River inflows exerting the largest effect on the survival and behavior of juvenile salmonids and the mechanisms behind that?
I think Dr. Buchanan addressed that.
Yeah, I would say this is going to be in the more riverine areas. We certainly saw effects in the upper portion of the San Joaquin route through the delta down to Turner Cut. We saw effects in the upper portion of the Old River route down to the export facilities on Highway 4. And I think as Greg expect to see a delta inflow, or at least the SGR inflow effect downstream of there, because hydrodynamically the inflow doesn't have a lot to do with the conditions farther downstream. It's more tidally dominated.
I'll throw in. You saw the picture of the head of Old River barrier. If you can bring that to mind, that is a conceivable bit of salmon habitat. No riparian vegetation, there's just riprap. There's a deep hole filled with predatory fish right in front of where the barrier is put. It's amazing that any fish get all the way to Chips Island from there. So I'm kind of with Steve on this. This may not be the question that's most crucial. San Joaquin inflows help get the fish perhaps through more quickly when they're high, but that's not what salmon do inside. Give them some habitat where they can find something to eat in the littoral zone and somewhere to hide from predation, and this becomes an irrelevant question. I mean, that's what we used to do with Sacramento salmon, is to see how fast we could get them through. But now we're trying to build habitat for them because we've seen that when they have some place to feed, they do. I want to see that on the San Joaquin side also.
I would agree with Rebecca's answer on that, and maybe she could speak to this. I suspect at some point, you have like the hydrodynamic effect in like a transition zone of creating a more unidirectional environment, but I suspect at some point it gets pretty turbid too. Like, I don't know at what flow levels, but I suspect, I don't know if that's at a level that's under management control or if that's just precipitation related and you can't really control it with releases, but I suspect there might be some of that going on as well.
With VAMP, that was one of the problems we had, was that the VAMP flows were reservoir releases, nice clean water, nice clear water coming down to the delta. It probably didn't help predation. It helped the flows without doing all the benefits that you get out of a storm.
Yeah.
Right, although at least with the telemetry data in VAMP, the later years, we do see higher survival part way. If you want to get fish out, you have to get them part way out, but then we have to do something else to get them the rest of the way out. And it may be that providing them some rearing habitat would give them better conditions and a fighting chance to get the rest of the way out as well.
Anything's better than what we got.
Maybe we can jump to slide 5. You guys are talking about habitat a little bit. So interested in your thoughts of, in the tidal delta, what change with lower or higher inflows and lower or higher exports?
Flood control and doing some water supply issues. That kind of long-term multi-benefit approach is without actually having proof that it would do any good, I would support that solidly.
Yes, I was going to ask you that. So, how do you feel like that habitat is influenced with high or low exports? And would you plan your habitat restoration projects? We had the first question looking at where we think influence of exports are, where we think influence of rivers are, and how would that inform or influence your habitat?
Like Frank's tract, I'd put the habitat along a pathway that might be a good migratory path, which probably doesn't include Clifton Court. So keeping the San Joaquin River as a river, but with habitat along it, rest stops for salmon along the way. That's a vision I have heard others talk about, but especially the Frank's tract redesign really drove home to me that You can have both. And again, pathetically optimistic, but I can see that happening.
I would, like in my presentation, I mean, I think shallow littoral habitat is what they would like to have, something that's not riprap, but somewhere where they can get some refuge from both velocities and from predators in deeper water. But one thing I'll say is my conclusion about this does come with evidence. Actually, Allison and I did an experiment together where we looked at predation rates in open water habitats around artificial structures and with SAV. And survival was significantly lower in habitats that contained SAV. So I think a lot of littoral habitat in the Delta has now been invaded by aquatic vegetation, and removal of that vegetation or some type of suppression of that vegetation would probably allow salmon access to habitat where they would like to be and where their predation would be significantly less based on our experiment.
It's a mess.
Okay. Think that, looking over my list of questions here. Yeah. Can we look at slide 7? So thinking about exports and inflows, where they might have minimal influence, and then what actions could we consider to improve the survival of juvenile salmonids?
I think we've addressed both of that.
Yeah, I'll start basically with what part of what Bruce said, which is keep them out of Frank's tract.
Well, we designed Frank's tract.
But in
Bruce
the
just
meantime,
said put
keep
them
them out.
in Frank's track because of the new habitat.
Put them in a new
Yeah,
Frank's
but
tract.
when you
In
have
the
the new
new
Frank's
Frank's
tract, then you have some habitat. But
Yeah.
but right now, it's keep them out of there. I mean, I think there's a lot of evidence that we certainly know that the barrier at False River is, well, first of all, it's turning False River in the way God intended. It's blocking it off. It used to go nowhere. That's why it's called False River. But keeping that huge pile of water from ripping in there on a flood tide and then coming out in a different pattern on the ebb is a classic example of tidal pumping. You can read about it in Hugo Fisher's book, and it is a mechanism to trap salt and fish. And then it's not surprising that that's where you find high predation. Fish go in and they get fed on. So dealing with that is I would say number one. But in there also needs to be a lot done in the areas where inflows have an effect. For those who had the benefit of the wisdom of Alex Hildebrand, who had a farm on the San Joaquin River starting in the 1950s, and his description of what it was like before New Melones, New Exchequer, and New Don Pedro and Friant, with otters and wildlife that you just don't see anymore. Now it's riprap, now it's channelized, now it's get rid of the water as fast as you can when it's flooding, which gives us this situation where there's just no habitat. That was a mistake as well, and that needs to be corrected.
I'm going to make a bold suggestion, assuming that there weren't the impediments that there are. I think there are some major problems in the Delta, and I feel like it's going to take a major action in order to move the needle. So I think things like small flow increases over the years is clear. It's not helping as much as we think it was going to. But something like trapping and hauling fish until we get some more experimental evidence about what's going to work. So at least we get some portion of fish through the Delta while also getting some data on them. Or limiting migration corridors to only a few that we could actually focus restoration on, so we're not trying to work on the whole Delta at one time. or something insane like allow saltwater intrusion to knock back some of the aquatic vegetation. Like, I don't know, but I think some type of bold action like that is what we need to move the needle. So I don't know, just throwing it out there.
I don't know how great an insight is. I'm putting in a vote for identifying the route that we think we have the best possibility of improving habitat on and doing what we need to improve habitat and focusing on that route rather than trying to fix all portions of the delta, which is really not, it doesn't seem achievable. It's a big spot, big place. So maybe if we think that we should keep fish out of the interior delta, then let's figure out a way to do that. And I'm hesitating to say that because, at the head of Old River, we have a chance for doing that. At Turner Cut and Columbia Cut and downstream, we don't have so far much option. Still, most fish stay in the San Joaquin. Let's fix the San Joaquin habitat, the shoreline, the riprap. Let's get some rearing habitat along there to make survival at least be a possibility. We have predators. We have a large predator population, fish as well as others, and they're not going away. So instead of trying to plan for removing the predators, let's find a way to improve the habitat for salmon so that they can have some sort of protection from the predators, much like Steve was suggesting. So I'm really just voting for what other people have said.
We're all agreeable.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for also suggesting a route that we might consider for that as well. Okay, let's jump to slide 8. We have a very specific question here about OMR's flows. So if OMR flows were capped at 5,000 CFS during spring months, and there was no I to E ratio, are there water project operations that could help to satisfy the Delta Performs Act of co-equal goals? It's a big question. Let it sink in.
No, I don't know. I'll ask
go ahead.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not sure about how it would affect the hydrodynamics if it would exceed minus 5,000 OMR, but I'm going to steal one of Brad's suggestions that I've heard him talk about, which is to have San Joaquin pulse flows, but then allow that water to be recaptured in the delta, even if it exceeds the export limit or the OMR limit. Because just like we've seen up here, or that's been presented today, is inflows having a bigger effect than export. So if we can convince people to release water and get that benefit all throughout the San Joaquin River, and then allow them to recapture it, even if it exceeds a temporary, regulatory limit, that could potentially help fish.
Yeah, my thought is it depends on whether or not you have the head of Old River barrier in. If you do, then I think the pulse flows in the San Joaquin are one thing you can do, and that's one of the reasons I suggested with the head of Old River barrier, you might look at just a cap. It would have to be less than about 5,000 cubic feet per second because that keeps you under that. But you could base it on whatever scientific information you had. At the upper limit there, you're at 5,000. You're getting a lot of flow that you're not, or export that you're not now. But at that level, you're in a range that, or depending on what you need for delta smelt, you're at a range that's protecting both. Without the head of Old River barrier, then you get that goofy situation where you're going to have to protect. The exports will have less of effect on the San Joaquin River route, simply because they're being fed by water that's coming over through Old River. And that reduces improves all the middle river flows. But you're in that goofy situation. Do you want them in a truck as fast as possible or, not? And my concern there, again, as I mentioned kind of briefly before, do you want to get yourself in that situation where you're doing that all the time so you can get them in a truck and not dealing with the other problems? Or do you want to solve the other problems and get back to a more normal situation? And you might not know that you've gotten to that point if you just keep putting them in a truck.
Let me ask kind of a follow-up on that. I'm closer. So I'm not a water project operator, but if I were and I look at the IDE standard, it seems to be creating a disincentive for me to convey water in those months. Because if I convey it, I can't transfer it in the delta, right? I mean, like the wetter it is, the less reason I have to send water down. Now, whether anybody wants to send water for conveyance is another question, but like the IDE doesn't require the flows. It just says if the flows are there, you can't export it, right? So that's kind of what this question is getting at.
Yeah, you're getting into the 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, depending on the water year type. That's why I say get rid of water year type. If you want some sort of relationship with San Joaquin flows, we'll make a relationship. San Joaquin flow or the runoff is this much, you can export that much. But there's also the issue of a lot of people think, well, maybe we decouple. If we're going to get more flow on the San Joaquin from, say, the 2018 Water Quality Control Plan, which requires the 40% of unimpaired flow, you want that, a lot of people want that to go through, then you decouple completely. Because anytime you have an IE, you're coupled to it.
Yeah.
More flow, more exports.
And we have the IE coupling because of the people supplying the water not wanting to see their water get exported.
Exactly.
And
That's yeah.
They have senior rights. They have a right to that water, and they want to deliver it to Chips Island, or if they're paid to deliver it to Chips Island, that needs to happen.
Yeah, Bruce just got into an issue that came up in the Delta Accord when we were discussing this, and it came up with a 2-to-1. Well, if we put more water, if we're required to put more water down the San Joaquin, it caused a divide among water users because one side looked at it as, hey, more water for us, and the other side said, we're just transferring our water to some other water user. If you decouple it, that problem goes away. And it's in part it's an optics problem, in part it's a real problem.
Oh, what fun. Any other easy answers? Any more easy answers?
You guys are making me relive
Easy
all
answers.
those.
Well, I do know that there are questions from the audience. I think we're going to I was going to save a little bit of those for after break. Maybe one thing that we can talk about, slide 9, kind of just thinking about, what new monitoring information would provide the most substantial and actionable information for juvenile or on juvenile salmonids in the Delta.
Well, I can start with one. If you can do better tracking and know where the fish are in the water column or across the river, you can start finding out whether they're going, for example, into Turner Cut or into Old River or any other channel based on where they are or based on whether it's something else. Whether there's an export effect on where they are across the river. Because certainly if you are on the wrong side of the river when on the flood flow, you're going into Turner Cut, whether you like it or not. And if you're in the other side, you're not at all. And that's true in any of those kind of junctions. So knowing that would be helpful. I know John Bureau has done some studies on that and finds, for example, fish coming down Georgiana Slough, real fish with tracking, come down the McKelvey, get into San Joaquin River, and stay on the north side, and they don't go into Old River.
So Greg, if I could, just to follow up on that, assuming we had that information, I mean, I took your presentation to suggest that we can't really control what happens. I mean, unless we're talking about a barrier or something, we can't. It's all tidally driven for the most part. So even if we had that information, how would that help us to help juvenile?
That helps you sort out whether there is an export effect on where the fish are, and whether it's something other than just the net flow or.
But wouldn't you want to start that with a physical analysis before you jump to trying to study the fish? Like, we would want to have an understanding of the dynamics there. Like, is there a signal that might affect fish? And if there is, then you try and study it with fish.
Well, it's what do you look for a signal unless you know that there's.
But if you don't know what to look for, you don't know how to plan a study. That's the problem, right?
Well, if the fish do seem to be attracted to one side or the other based on some hydrodynamic thing that's going on, then you start looking for the reason. I just think my gut is that would be extremely useful. It would explain a lot. It would help explain, for example, the fraction of fish that are going down Turner Cut.
But the fraction of fish going down Turner Cut's pretty small, isn't it, Rebecca? I mean, is it like 10, 20%?
Yeah, for steelhead.
Yeah.
I would suggest that we actually start focusing monitoring on the area of interest. I think we don't have any monitoring of juvenile salmonids in the Old Middle River corridor, where we think that the export effects are likely to be the greatest. So we don't know when fish are moving in there, or at what abundance they're moving in there, or at what timing they move in there. And even, a lot of the acoustic studies on the Sacramento side, in the interior delta, receivers have not been deployed so that we can even estimate how many fish are entering the interior delta. It's all just kind of like a blob. So if we're concerned about winter run, we're going to need to have that type of information. And I think that would be actionable, because if you know when fish are actually in there and what abundance they are, then it makes the salvage numbers more meaningful, and might actually be able to direct your operations to affect a variable where they're most likely to be affected by it.
And I'd build on the conversation we've had, that controlling those operations could be, if you had a better understanding of the actual instantaneous velocities at different times, at night versus day, at springtime, spring tides versus neap tides, and ebb tides versus flood tides, we could probably start identifying better when the fish were moving and when they were hanging out in whatever littoral habitat they can find. Mm-hmm. Again, we get back to the fact that there isn't much littoral habitat for them to hang out in, so that's limited. But getting a better handle on that, what the project operations do for hydrodynamics on an instantaneous view would help us know what to look for the fish. They attack it from both sides.
So, Steve, I know you guys have an upcoming study that's looking a little bit at this. Maybe you could briefly describe that study and then help inform of the topics you just named. Which of those studies questions is your study addressing, and which is left to continue to be studied for food for thought as we move forward? And I see, Rebecca, you have something you want to say too. So,
Go ahead.
I guess I have a couple of thoughts about this regarding the monitoring in, say, the Old and Middle River corridors. With the telemetry studies, we did, try to estimate survival in that region. And without just really blanketing the region with acoustic receivers, we had challenges, because the channel configuration there and the way they interact is so complicated. If we want to separate, say, a route selection of the different routes within that overall route, separate route selection, movement direction from survival, then you have to have receivers at every junction on both sides, and then it's a tidal environment. We've got flows going upstream, or reverse flows and downstream flows, and towards the facilities and sometimes away, which complicates the expected behavior of the salmon. It's also challenging because of the high predation in that region, and throughout the entire delta, but especially over there where the flows are so complicated, to distinguish between a detection of your live study fish that you put the tag in, And detection of, say, a predatory fish that has eaten your live study fish, and now you are getting detections of a tag. It's no longer in the live fish you thought it was. Now it's in a predator temporarily. And so, we've done predator filters, a variety of types. We're looking at some more, trying to develop ways to get to that. How do you filter out those predator detections? In the San Joaquin, we have a chance for that because we think we know how the fish are moving, or at least how they're supposed to be moving, in theory. In the Old and Middle River region, it's so much more complicated, and we need more information. So one thing that we could do is use the predation tag to study survival in that region. It's much more important, I think, in that region than in some of the other regions, just because of the complex flow dynamics, and especially around the export facilities. So I think that would be very helpful. Another thing that would be helpful would be having more real-time water quality data. If we want to relate survival to water quality, to habitat conditions, we need to know what those conditions are. And even if you have a focus on water project operations, I think in order to really get an idea of the extent of the effect of inflow, or even, dare I say, exports, on survival, we have so much variability in survival. Even when it's quite low, there's still some variability from one fish to the next, at least on a given spatial scale. If we can account for some of that additional variability, then we can get a better idea about what the effect of, say, inflow is, or whatever other measure you want. And accounting for that extra variability will require additional data on the conditions that the fish are experiencing.
Yeah, and I should have qualified. So the receivers I was thinking about were especially for fish coming from the Sacramento side, because like Old River is right across there from the San Joaquin and then the Middle River. And I know a lot of JSATS tags fish are being released for like the paired CWT study. So even if we just had some receivers in there, even if it wasn't part of a directed study, we might start to accumulate information about if fish go down Georgiana Slough and they hit the San Joaquin, like, where do they go? Do they go into Old River? What are the conditions under which they're going into Old River versus just continuing on west? I should probably have Brad summarize the South Delta study. I'm not as involved with it as he is.
I had a feeling you were going to do that to me. So in November of this year, we're working, it's a Prop 1 funded study that's sponsored by the state water contractors, working with DWR. Not close enough? That's so weird to me. I've always been told not to put your face close to the microphone. So anyway, it's a study where we're gonna use predation detecting acoustic tags. We're gonna put release 200 spring run yearling Chinook salmon into Grant Line Canal, and there's gonna be, how many of those releases? Like 8, I think, over a period of 10 days or 14 days. And some aspect of the water project operations is going to be modified. And given the dry conditions we're in, it's probably going to be the radial gates of Clifton Court Forebay. We still need to have our kind of last meeting with the operators to figure out what's going to work there. But so we'll be putting fish into the near field facility or vicinity of the export facilities, changing operations as much as we can, and then seeing how the fish react. And we have a very dense receiver array, including some 2D arrays, lots of dual arrays, and mobile tracking. So it should be a pretty interesting study to quantify the probability of being entrained, the probability of being eaten, the probability of exiting and migrating out of the study area.
Is this directly within Grant Line Canal, like the entire canal, or in some portion of the canal, right in front of the radial gates?
Well, we're releasing the fish into Grant Line Canal east of the projects. But if you have questions about like, do that, don't do that, let's talk about it offline.
Thanks for your thoughts. Before I move on, Bruce, do you have any?
Not a thought in my head.
Okay. Okay, well, let's go to slide 10 then. This question is similar in that, what field experiment would provide the most substantial and actionable information? Is there something beyond what we've already talked about?
I mean, I would comment that just first, I can't think of a field experiment until I know what the question is. So I think it's important. The most important thing is to identify what the mechanism is you're testing, and then to set up an experiment or a study that's actually going to get you, have the power to be confident in what your result is. And so I think one thing where we've kind of made a mistake is waiting for natural treatments. And I think waiting for natural treatments just takes too long. If we're waiting for that perfect combination and replication of flow years and export years, it's going to be decades before we get any substantial information. I think we've got to move towards more of a manipulative approach if we're really going to start understanding what the mechanisms are behind survival.
And I would back that up. I've been thinking about VAMP since you asked me to come to this. And if I was redesigning it now with the ability to do acoustic tags and actually follow fish, the thing that strikes me is we can do shorter time periods for tests and do more than one test in a year while still maintaining compliance with the regulatory. We could have the average of 30 days be met by having the first half and the second half be different, and then tracking fish under those different conditions, and then doing it the next year with a different combination and getting some replicates. But that way you'd have some of the same conditions would be there for the year because the year-to-year variation is so different. But you would and you would be able to compare. Those are things we could not do with the VAMP in its original design. But now I think we could. And that would be, if the question is, how do flows and exports affect salmon survival, then that's how I would go at it now.
And if that study yielded a non-significant result regarding the effect of exports, you would
then
conclude...
somebody better find something with a positive result.
So just one thing I've thought a lot about is that one limitation of these acoustic tags is that you are tagging larger fish. So I don't know if you guys have ideas or comments on how, the information that you well, Bruce, you just pointed out that is a good study to do, but it is only telling you what larger fish are doing. Do we think that smaller
the tags
fish
are getting tiny? We're going to be tagging Delta smelt in the next year.
Yeah, no,
is my guess.
I think you're right. I think that we're going that direction, but you still, I think Steve pointed out that we do have different size fish that are using the Delta in different ways, and that we are maybe not understanding what is happening to the smaller fish, how they're using the Delta, and the impacts that flows and exports.
Okay, if I was designing it now to see if it works, steelhead are the ones that are actually listed as endangered out of San Joaquin. And so those are big enough to carry tags if any that we want. So we could do a couple of years focusing on steelhead survival with that design, and then we'd have the design, and we'd have smaller tags available to do it with salmon. Would you do such a thing?
Yes, as the tags get smaller, we can tag smaller fish. There's always going to be a balance between tag size and battery life. And as we tag smaller fish with the expectation that some of them might be rearing in the Delta, I think that's information we really need to know. We want to know how that Delta residence and the extent of that Delta residence and the schedule as well, how that affects the survival to the bay. We'll need tags that are not only small enough to put in these much younger fish, smaller fish, but we also want them to last long enough. So not just 2 weeks, like some of the small tags, they're pretty small, but they don't last long enough to really monitor these fish throughout their Delta residence and down out to say the Golden Gate. But maybe eventually they will, right? In a few years, their development of the technology is ongoing and will continue to get better. So yeah, maybe we start with the steelhead now. a lot of some of our studies, the first 6-year study at least, we were tagging fish in the mid to late spring. These are fairly large. Maybe it doesn't match entirely with when the natural steelhead population is migrating. We could release fish earlier. Certainly, even with the tags that are available now for that. I would love to be able to track fry that enter the Delta, and maybe it's not all tagging studies, the otolith studies or other types of studies might be very handy there. I think one thing Steve said is, our focus has been getting fish out quickly of the Delta because it's a bad place, so we don't want these fish to linger there because their survival's so low. But fish that enter the Delta at an earlier life stage, maybe before the striped bass migration or earlier in the season, they may actually have a higher survival, small adult return rate, a higher adult escapement rate, maybe. And that's something that would be fascinating to know. Is our focus on hatchery smolts, is that misleading us in some way for the population level effect? So I think that's some monitoring that we could get into. I don't know if we have all the tools right now, but we certainly have some.
Yeah, I think Rebecca brings up a good point about integrating some other types of tools rather than just mark recapture survival studies, which are a critical component, but certainly, the fries seem to be at least somewhat able to be quantified, their contribution to the adults via otoliths. And I think, eventually, there's other things out there like genetics where if we, during the carcass surveys, if we had a rigorous, genetic sampling program and combine that with otoliths, we could start getting at, how our hatchery fish on the spawning grounds contributing to a reduction in fry or what is happening out there. We could start getting at some other answers besides just a single part of the life, of their life cycle, but what their success is based on, their migratory life history, their brood history, whether they're progeny of hatchery fish or not. On the spawning grounds. I think there's a lot of other information we could get that would be really useful. And telemetry is a critical part of it, but probably not the only part.
And one thing that has been looked at in conjunction with these tagging studies has been fish health. But it's more a way of making sure that we are not messing up fish health when we tag the fish. So looking at tag effects. There's high infection rates, certainly in the hatchery populations, and monitoring some measure of fish health may also help clarify some of these relationships.
So we have about 10 minutes before we take a break, and then we'll take some audience questions from people in the room and people online. I just wanted to give you guys an opportunity, if you have any questions for one another, we could use that time now. If there's anything that had jumped out in your presentations that you'd like to ask some more follow-up questions on. Otherwise, I think we have a couple other questions, but I'll just pause and let you think about that.
I guess one question I'd pose to everybody is I've heard a lot, and both in the literature and even here about the confounding effects of different variables. So when there is a negative result, we're often invoking confounding variables as the reason for that negative result, but we don't do the same thing with a positive result, even though those same confounding factors are there. So how do we get around that in terms of what we do with our interpretation of field data and confounding factors? I don't know what the answer is, but
there's a difference between multiple factors and confounding factors. And there's multiple factors out there, but it's confounding is something that obscures what you're trying to see. Not necessarily. So they're different in my mind anyway.
Well, that's what I mean, though. So, like, when we were talking about the I to E, a lot of times we'd say, well, inflow is confounded with export, so we're assuming, or exports is confounded by inflow, so we're assuming that exports has an effect, but that we can't see it because of inflow, but we don't have any evidence that has an effect. So we're asserting there's multiple causes, but we're asserting it's confounding without evidence.
And that's why I'm suggesting something like the VAMP, where you treated inflows and exports independently to remove that confounding effect.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's when you have exports linked to inflow, you're going to have a difficult time in a statistical analysis figuring out which is which.
So does that
you
suggest?
have to decouple them.
So does that suggest we should not do field experiments to test those things, being that we're always going to come up with the result that they're confounded?
You have to design it in a way that that's
right.
External design.
You're measuring what.
But we can't do that under the regulatory framework. So should we even do it?
Exactly. It's a difficult.
You have to be careful about it, but you can, and there are limits then on how much you can do. You can't say, okay, we're going to run it at 11,000 exports and 0 San Joaquin inflow. That's probably not going to fly. But if you have to, if you take it to the limits of what you can and separate it in time, like I was suggesting, that would at least start separating them. But what, if you were working for Fish and Wildlife NIMS, how would you try to address concerns about exports and flow?
Well, if I had all the power, I'm like the regional administrator or whatever, I'd say do low flow, high exports. You don't have to do it all season. You do it during a few releases and see what goes on and actually provide an experimental treatment if that's what we think is going on. And if we don't see an effect under like a fully blocked treatment, then like I think you have to accept no effect and not just say we didn't detect it. But we believe it exists. So that's what I'd do if I had all the power. I don't have all the power.
Which probably is why neither of us will have all the power.
Because then I think the question is, what evidence do you need with confounded data before we say we don't believe that there's an effect there? Because otherwise, because if we always say it's confounded and we only do our studies under confounded conditions, we never get away from that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't push the envelope that far, but I'm entirely in favor of within what you can manage to do without having a revolution, setting up experiments to resolve those uncertainties. Totally with it. But there's something like God, it's my brains. The tire stuff that came out of the Pacific Northwest. That's been accepted immediately. There were strong results, dead fish all over the place that were clearly tied to the added chemical, and so immediate reaction. So positive results really cause change. Negative results don't. So that's why I really like positive results.
But that's been identified as one of the biggest problems in science is that people don't publish their negative results.
Yeah,
and negative results are really important.
So thinking about kind of maybe some of the different inflow and export conditions we want to test, Rebecca, you had shown a slide that had, during the years of data that you've analyzed, kind of if they were low or high inflows or low or high exports. And one thing that stood out to me is we had nothing in that middle row, like no middle flows and no exports. Do we feel like that is something worthwhile testing, or do we want to be testing the extremes?
Well, the extremes would get you to the answer of whether or not there is, say, an exports effect more quickly. If you could do like the four corners, the low exports, high inflow, high exports, low inflow. Those are the two that we're missing right now of the four corners. At least we could start to make those comparisons, those contrasts that we need to do. It's challenging.
Three corners is enough.
3 corners, yeah, would be enough. One thing that Bruce and I were talking about earlier offline was, there's so much variability, or at least there's uncertainty in our survival estimates. There's variability in what their fish are doing. Even, maybe not on like the full delta scale for the fall run Chinook, but there's more variability there for the steelhead, and on a smaller scale, there's variability for Chinook. Doing these experiments once is not going to be enough. We have to have multiple replicates of all of these conditions in order to actually be able to conclude anything. So, we need to do a well thought out study design with a power analysis and very precise study questions, a level of uncertainty that you're willing to accept in the study results. And that would require buy-in from managers, early on, so that when we get whatever results we get, it limits the objections. I mean, I'm not going to say that no one's going to object because someone's always going to object, but at least it gets you some agreement ahead of time that most organizations are going to accept the results from what should be at that point a well-designed study.
Yeah, let me add one thing on the confounding results too. And I think in reviewing the documents that were used in the biological opinion to justify the IE, what I saw most often when they talked about the confounding effects because inflow and exports were correlated were the situations where you had a positive effect on survival from exports. More exports meant better survival. And a bigger IE meant better survival, which they're going in the opposite direction. It was the confounding. They would say the confounding effect of the correlation actually resulted in conflicting results. That maybe there's a weak IE relationship, but it depended on exports helping survival. And I mean, it's hard. That's a conflict. It's hard to explain that.
Probably now with Rebecca's data, we understand the mechanism of that, right? Higher exports might have been more fish moving through the South Delta and getting salvaged.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said steelhead go through, on your record, of something like, help me, how many days does it take steelhead to get from Vernalis to Chips?
For steelhead, it's from more like Durham Ferry to Chips, 1 to 22
Like
days?
20, yeah, something like that. Yeah. 90% of them went through in that time.
Some go through in 1 day,
Yeah.
Most,
maybe.
the median is
10, 14, I think.
2 weeks.
Yeah, something
So,
like
okay. Cool, okay.
Or, well, actually, the reason I picked a 5-day summary period for my covariates for steelhead actually was based on the median travel time, so more like 5 days, go to median, with a long tail.
Okay. I'm just thinking, I've been suggesting this multiple experiments in 1 year, and I'm just trying to figure out if we do steelhead, how many experimental conditions we could aim for and get a reasonable number of fish through to measure their survival under different conditions. So if it's 5 days, then hell, we can have weekly releases and get 4 results back in a month, and have replicates into the year as well as 2 different kinds. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, if we want to do that, I think we could do it now and get results that we couldn't get with the VAMP.
Yeah, I would probably plan for more like 14 days.
Yeah.
The 5 days is the median, but there's still a lot of them that take longer.
But if you get most of your tagged fish through, that would tell us something. We could know the ones coming out later were from the earlier release. I don't know. Just thinking.
Okay, with that, I think we're going to take a 15-minute break. Panel, I want you to know that one of the questions we're going to ask you to speak to towards the end of the day is, if you want people to leave with one thing, lots of people in this audience are not a fisheries biologist or they're not hydrodynamicists. And so if you want people to leave with one thing to know, what do you want to communicate to people? So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we're going to come back and take questions from the audience, and then do another poll exercise with Brad and wrap up for the day. So thank you. Enjoy 15 minutes. We'll be back at 2:45. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for rejoining us again. So I think what we'd like to do is open it up for questions from the audience. I'm just going to start with anyone in the room. I do have questions online. But does anyone in the room have a question? Yeah.
Sorry, we mentioned this during the break, but just curious, I know, so we've been, you mentioned really low numbers of tagged fish that you're seeing at the facilities. We've been doing some predation work in Old River and Grantline in the South Delta the last few years, and have seen over the springtime period no salmonids caught in electrofishing along the shore in the littoral, and none in predator samples as well. And I think, doing some work upstream, it's looking like fish just aren't getting there. And so I was curious with your work, kind of what those numbers are. We're making inferences on how many are making the pumps, but what kind of numbers are we talking in terms of fish that actually make it there through that Old River corridor?
So it occurs to me that I have numbers on this in my presentation on a slide that I didn't show, and I'm trying to remember what they are, not really being able to draw them up in my mind at the moment. But I will say in some years we had very few detections over at the facilities or Highway 4. In particular, the years for Chinook when there was a barrier in place, the only way we really got fish to that corner of the Delta was through the Old River route. So when the barrier was there, that blocked off that route. We just didn't have very many detections over there, like 1 to 3 fish maybe. It was very low. For years where we had no barrier, either low flow year but no barrier, like 2013, or the years where it was a high flow year, so you couldn't put a barrier in, then we did get more detections there, considerably more detections over at the facilities. And what I'm trying to remember is the magnitude. Are we, like, if we were talking like 20 to 50 or more, I would say someplace in like the 50 range for a given year, for example, like 2010 or 2011. But that said, I don't really remember the numbers. I will say also, add to that, for steelhead, we had detections at the facilities, both for fish that took the Old River route at the head of Old River, and also separately for fish that took the San Joaquin route at the head of Old River. So fish that go down the San Joaquin and enter the interior delta via, say, Turner Cut or farther downstream, they may also go over to the facilities. And we tended to get more detections at the CVP from fish that took the Old River route, and more detections at the SWP, or actually at the radial gates, for fish that took the San Joaquin route. Again, I'd have to look at my slide to see what the numbers are. On the other hand, if we send the talks out, which I'm happy to do, it's in the slides. Sorry, I couldn't answer that with more definitive numbers.
Any other questions from folks in the room? Oh, yeah, Tani.
Hi. I'm relatively new to this whole space. I'm just sitting here listening and learning, but I will venture a question that hopefully isn't a stupid question. But you were talking before the break about kind of these factorial experiments of inflows and exports and getting a better sense of survival or their effect on survival. How many years do you think you'd have to collect data on that to overcome the interannual variability of all the other things that could affect survival? And I bring that up because in the course of working on reconsultation, which we're working on now, that's a big topic of discussion. How long do these studies go on for such that we could feel like we have the data that we need? What do you think it would take?
We started thinking 12 years for the VAMP, and wasn't happy about that, and we didn't end up with the results. So it probably wasn't an underestimate, but it's a very noisy system. So trying to get a good signal out of it, trying to get that positive result I keep searching for, is a problem. I am attracted to the idea of getting more than one experimental setup in a given year. And depending on which fish we use and all that, maybe we could cram 4 in. That would help. That would increase your likelihood of detecting a signal because you're reducing the amount of noise, because that year is at least similar from one week to the next. But it was a major effort. It would be a major effort again.
So your power to detect an effect in such like a block design is going to depend on the number of blocks, and the block in this case is going to be the year, and that would enable, such a design would enable you to detect an exports effect, which is highly relevant, but it would not allow you to also detect an inflow effect or to entirely account for the effects of inflow unless you had multiple blocks at all of the levels of inflow. And so certainly at the low inflow level, that's well represented. I think we can expect that it will continue to be well represented. It would take, 5 to 7 years probably to adequately test a low medium inflow condition and test the exports effect. If you also wanted to be able to draw inferences to a high inflow year, then you'd have to have enough blocks with high inflow. And based on the past decade, we've had 10, or more than a decade, past 13 years, we've had 3 wet years, I think, something like that. So if we need, say, 6, 7 replicates of wet years, that could take another, total of 20 years or so.
But if Steve's right, and inflow and exports, actually if we're both right, because I've said the same thing, if they're relatively independent of each other, we could just have different export levels and ignore what the inflows are and see if different export levels.
Well, that is an assumption that you would not be able to test.
Right. There would be a number of things we wouldn't be testing. We could be just testing export levels.
But that would be an assumption you would not be able to test, and
Yeah.
I think that would not be as compelling as being able to actually test that.
I agree. But
you could get some useful
you could do it before I was dead, which would be nice.
Yeah, I think the other thing to think about would be, rather than going with the natural experimental approach, would be to focus on what we think the mechanism is by which exports or inflows are affecting the fish, and then do smaller scale studies that focus on that mechanism particularly. Because, different, even if we had, the requisite number of wet years, just when the flow is coming down could affect how well we can even compare those wet years and whether they're equivalent or not. So I think focusing on mechanisms, within a year you could get an answer about whether you think that mechanism is affecting the way fish are behaving, if they're behaving in the way we think they are. So I think that the most important thing is to identify what the mechanism is, and then we can design studies to test that, whether they're short-term field studies, and then we can have longer monitoring studies on top of that. But I think, based on what we've done so far, we can't get definitive answers until we really drill down and figure out what it is we want to test exactly.
Let me add something too, from looking at it from a different perspective. After the Accord, there were a number of categories of areas that were being implemented. For example, I mentioned Category 3 was how to spend $30 million from MET. One of them was to revise the monitoring programs. There was a lot of fretting at that time about, my God, it's going to take 3 or 4 salmon cycles of 3 years each to get enough data to know something. Looking back on that, that's not really something you want to worry about. Get as much data as you can for as long as you can. Time goes by fast, and before you know it, you're 20 years or almost 25 years down the line, and you really want to fill that time up with getting good data and not worrying about that it's going to take a long time. Things don't change that fast. Like I mentioned, it was 16 years between the Delta Accord and D1485, and almost 30 years since then. And we don't have another decision, so. Worry about getting the right data, not how long it's going to take.
I guess my follow-up is with the climate changing, layering that on top of what we're learning, like you're learning and then the parts are falling off along the way. So how do you adapt to that situation, or how do we look forward and think about?
Well, yeah, that's a problem. Things change faster than we can get our regulatory system to change, so.
Well, and I think that's been a problem anyway, because survival in the San Joaquin has declined significantly over the period, from the coated wire tag period all the way to the acoustic period. It was much higher in the past. So when you're trying to detect effects, if you collect data over that long a time period, just like you say, the parts are falling off as you're moving forward. So now you're having to also model that long-term trend on top of the effect you were trying to detect. And I think that's why if you get at mechanisms and you understand what that mechanism is, then you can see how environmental conditions are altering that mechanism and what the likely response of the organism is going to be.
Yeah, I agree with Steve that identifying the potential mechanisms and then developing tests for that on that scale can be really helpful. Also, in the face of a changing climate, the block design that Bruce is talking about would be very helpful as well, because when we're comparing treatments within a given year, where the climate's not changing within the year, the conditions might be changing to some extent. But if we randomize the order of, say, if we're doing exports treatments, it randomize the order of the exports of the treatments that we're using there, then we can account for seasonal effects as well. But we'd still require multiple years to do that, but we wouldn't necessarily have to depend on there being a steady system throughout the entire multi-year study at that point.
Any other questions from people in the room? Okay, I have some online questions. I might use this mic, it's a little... All right, I'm going to go with the first question here. This is different and kind of fun. How would we balance a world-class largemouth bass fishery in the South and Central Delta with salmonid migration needs?
Well, I think that actually goes to the idea of having a specific migration corridor for salmonids. I mean, I don't think you're ever going to create a delta that's devoid of largemouth bass habitat at this point, unless we have a large saltwater intrusion. So the fishery is going to exist. I think it's like, how do we layer on top of that a corridor that salmon can migrate through safely?
Bruce?
The Frank's Tract redesign has a section that is aimed at promoting the largemouth bass fishery and access to it, and the kind of habitat that largemouth bass like, and some wetland habitat that is much more salmon along the salmon migration. So if we decide where our salmon migration corridor is going to be, that would be one part of it, I think, that runs along the north part of Frank's Tract, and is close to but not overlapping with the largemouth bass habitat. So I'm just insanely optimistic in times, but yeah, it's sort of doable. We're not going to get rid of largemouth bass.
Yeah.
Reconciliation ecology is the way to go.
Brad?
I'll opine on this one too. So one thing you could do is the current regulations only allow bass larger than 12 inches to be harvested, and I think most largemouth bass fishermen are catch and release. You could be managing for a world-class big bass fishery and allow harvest of smaller fish. It's probably the smaller fish that are doing most of the predation on juvenile salmonids. Now, is that going to produce a measurable improvement in survival of juvenile salmonids? Probably not. And if it did, it would be hard to measure it, but it's kind of a no, why not? If you have a better fishery in terms of bigger bass, and those bigger bass are not going to be eating juvenile salmonids because they can eat bigger fish, and are also more benthically oriented, like crayfish and stuff. Like, why not try that and see what effect it has, if any?
I'm all with you. Solve that problem, give us another one.
Okay, all right. What is the extent of zone of measurable influence of exports on salmonid routing and behavior? We talked a little bit about this earlier today, but anything to expand? And
everybody looks at Dr. Buchanan.
The strongest effect that we saw of exports was on the transition from the head of Old River over to the export facilities specifically, taking out the possibility that fish might, instead of going to the export facilities, evade them and go up to Highway 4. And that's for fish coming out of the San Joaquin. There would be a different zone for fish coming out of the Sacramento, or for fish that are entering the interior delta from downstream in the San Joaquin. Then I would think that the zone would head off through the interior delta kind of in a northeast direction over to, now I'm forgetting the names of things, Empire Cut and Mildred Island and the mouths of Old and Middle River. Although, as we've seen, we don't expect the hydrodynamics to be affected a lot over there. So I guess the extent would not be quite that far.
Yeah, I'd say up to that point, but once you're in the Franks Tract area, it's other things.
Yeah.
Knocked another one out of the park.
okay, thank you. So a question for Rebecca from your talk. Do the Old River route survival numbers indicate survival to the point of release or actual survival after release to chips?
They represent survival from a point after release to chips. We released fish at Durham Ferry, which is, I forget, maybe 10 kilometers upstream of the mouth or the head of Old River. And we started monitoring survival usually at Mossdale. For these particular estimates, I was starting at the head of Old River. And so they've already gone through 10 plus kilometers, and they've had a number of days to recover from surgery and handling and release, and to distribute more naturally in the river.
Thank you. I thought I had another question from Rebecca. I think it's unfinished. Okay, so this might have been a question for Bruce, or it came up, I can't remember if it was when Bruce was speaking early on in the day or Greg, but the question is, we'll see if you can recall. Did you say that there was 100% agreement that the head of Old River barrier helps with survival or salvage?
That was me. That was in those various reviews and in the Fish and Wildlife Service documents. All of those documents agreed that it may not be all people, but all those documents agreed that the head of Old River barrier was an important factor. During the Delta Accord, in the negotiations there, that was the same thing. All the parties that were involved in that agreed that head of Old River barrier was an important thing to help survival of salmon moving down the San Joaquin River.
Okay.
There was disagreement on the level of inflows that were useful, but there was agreement that putting that barrier in was helpful.
Okay. And then the last question, well, I'll refresh in a minute here, but what do you expect the effect of the head of Old River barrier on OMR, South Delta water quality would be?
Okay, so with the head of Old River barrier in, it's kind of complicated, but what you don't get is San Joaquin River water. Now, when you have a pulse flow, that tends to be better water quality. So then you're left what's coming down Old and Middle River. that is highly dependent on what the outflow is at that time. Generally, April and May, you're in the X2 period where you have a high enough outflow that you get fresh water coming through there. Then that leaves what's going on between the export pumps and the San Joaquin River. And that largely depends on what the farmers are discharging at that time.
And just, the barrier is not a complete barrier. When it was in, it would have 4 to 6 4-foot culverts in it to allow water to go through. They were away from the bank, so with luck they weren't allowing so many salmon to go through, but it was not a complete block. And so there was a concern that the agricultural returns that go dump back into the old river were not something they wanted to be drawing from, or that they wanted to have some fresh water. And so those culverts were put in to address that water quality issue because there were salinity and contaminant issues.
Yeah.
But,
Okay, thank you. I believe that is all the questions that we have on the chat. Oh, Brad?
Yeah, I've got a question. So Rebecca's work seemed to show that there was an effective water temperature for Chinook, and the steelhead, well, they survive better, at least in part because they're larger, but then the San Joaquin River Restoration Spring Run, we saw some pretty good survival, at least in 1 year. And the title of this symposium was about flow pulses, and the San Joaquin flow pulses have been kind of targeted to April and May, if I remember correctly. I mean, should we be thinking about trying to have flow pulses earlier to align them with colder temperatures? Would that make a difference? Is that worth studying?
I wouldn't. I mean, the San Joaquin used to be snowmelt river, and I think that we have whatever remaining bits of genetic differentiation in those populations would still be late. They still come out later. So I think there's some suggestion that they are still somewhat genetically distinct steelhead. And that's written into the recovery plan, that we need those San Joaquin steelhead in order to recover steelhead overall, because otherwise we don't have enough distinct populations. So I'm hopeful that they are still distinct, and that means that they would be coming out in the time they used to come out, even though we have less cold water.
Yeah, but I think that's a really excellent question in light of a lot of other things that are going on around us. If you look at the 2018 Water Quality Control Plan, wants to put down water down the San Joaquin River tributaries in proportion to the unimpaired runoff.
And so,
in a changing climate, does that align with what other things that are going on in terms of habitat, fish migrations, and looking at, in a longer term, do you want to continue doing it as the climate altered storms come in? Do you want to do it in terms of what kind of functional flows you need in terms of a spring pulse and recession, winter pulses, what kind of water you want to have left over for the summer to develop habitat so when fish come back? That's a really complicated subject, and I think that it's also the subject of a lot of work that's going on right now. I think it's very exciting work, but it's a really good question, and I don't know the answer yet.
I would make a bid for monitoring when steelhead are coming into the Delta, because I think right now we don't have very good information about that. The Mossdale trawl almost never catches them. Upstream, there is some monitoring for Chinook, but they rarely catch steelhead. When they do, it's kind of all spread out throughout the year. So right now, I mean, I think if we knew when fish were entering the Delta, we'd have a lot better idea about when we could have flow pulses to help them. But we need to know when they're coming out. And somewhere above Herbold River, but that captures all three of the tribs on the San Joaquin would be a great monitoring location to start to get at that.
they're hard to monitor.
What's that?
They're hard to monitor.
They are hard to monitor. They are hard to monitor, yeah.
Wait, so you're saying that we don't have monitoring that tells us when and how many juvenile salmonids are entering the Delta from the San Joaquin Basin?
Absolutely not. Yeah, no, it doesn't exist.
We have impressions.
We getting anything online?
No, we have about 15 minutes for questions if people have other questions. If not, we can move on, but I definitely want to pause for people to think.
If we're running out of steam, we could just go to hypotheses. I don't want to run everybody into the ground,
Yeah.
but I feel
We can move to hypotheses and always have room for questions if people think of anything in the next 20 minutes. So, okay, with that, I'd like to invite Brad up to take us through a reevaluation exercise on the poll. So those people in the room, you will need your poll pulled up again.
okay. So we have 4 questions that are basically the same. The answers are the same as they were previously, but we're asking about different regions of the delta that correspond to the data that was presented earlier. So there's, Rebecca's presentation about patterns of survival and how exports and inflows are affecting things. And then there's also just the hydrodynamic data. So the idea is that you would use whatever information you've taken in, or even information you had before you came in today to watch this, to answer this question about how do you think inflows and exports are affecting survival in different regions of the Delta. So we do have some slides that depict those different regions and questions that hopefully we can bring up. Yes, yeah, so there's a series of them here. So the first one is for the head of Old River to Turner Cut. So again, this is one of the reaches or routes that we've been talking about today. So this is the riverine to where it becomes tidal at Turner Cut. Which relationship most closely matches how you would expect San Joaquin River inflow and exports to influence juvenile salmonid survival in this reach? So again, the same choices. Either there's 4 options for a strong positive flow effect and variations on exports, and then there's option E is that there's not much of an effect from either inflows or exports. So if you're virtually attending, you'll need to exit full screen and answer the poll. If you're in the room, you'll have to bring that site up and make your answer to this particular question. We're just going to give folks a minute here to respond, and we can put up the poll results whenever we're ready or something's happening there. Okay, that's pretty interesting.
We have fewer people.
I don't know. We have some odd numbers.
We have now. Before it was kind of the great Gartrell results. They were too rounded.
Yeah. So the problem with asking these questions at the end of the day, everyone's exhausted. Seems like there's maybe a little bit of movement relative to the question we asked earlier, from B to C.
So there's 19 people in line. 20 people.
But it's a horse race. You never know what's going to happen here. Those Bs better get their votes in.
I'm counting 20 people. Is that what you're counting?
Yeah, and this poll is just to kind of get a feel for what people are thinking. We're not. This isn't not going to support any conclusions about what to do. Just kind of helpful to get a reality check from what people are taking in. All right, so are we thinking enough time has elapsed for the people that are attending virtually to have made a vote if they're going to? I'm seeing nodding, yes. Okay, so let's go on to the next question. So this is then from Turner Cut. on the San Joaquin River to Chips Island, what is the relationship? Same answers are available to you. So same drill.
This has been a better day than I expected.
Okay, so far we're seeing a lot of E's, some C's. So it seems like folks are getting the idea that these relationships probably are very different in different parts of the delta, which I think is consistent with what we're seeing in the hydrodynamic data and in the acoustic tagging data. It's going to be very reach and kind of route specific. Uh-oh, we're back to, oh no, I thought we were at even numbers again. I was going to be worried. Okay, has enough time elapsed for? Okay, let's go on to the next question. Two more. Okay, so now we're on the Old River corridor. So this is a fish that they're coming down the San Joaquin. Assume there's no Herbold River barrier, and they're taking a left turn and they're going towards the facilities. Again, in this reach, what do we think the effect of inflow and exports is on survival? And I guess I would add that in Rebecca's slide, she was actually analyzing the survival to not just the facilities, but also to the receivers to the north at Highway 44, right? So feel free to interpret it that way if that's, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Brad, why is the effect of SCF the same in all of them?
Well, because that was, well, first of all, I only wanted to have 5 options. So there was only so many combinations of things to include. And it seemed like San Joaquin flows we were more confident in those relationships, and a lot of the uncertainty was about exports. So it made a decision to emphasize the different options for exports rather than different options for flows. It was very difficult to come up with these conceptuals. And again, this to me highlights why it would be really nice to have these kind of formalized beforehand, because we're kind of doing this after the fact, kind of guessing at what maybe we expected. Really, we should have a hypothesis before we do an experiment or before we have a regulation so that we can plan our studies around it rather than trying to come up with it after the fact. Okay, yeah, this one's kind of a tough one, at least in part because of the way I framed it, because it kind of, as Rebecca was saying a moment ago, it kind of depends on what your endpoint is and whether you're counting salvage or you're counting fish going to Highway 44. So we're definitely getting varied responses here. Looks like B and D, which are both a strong flow effect and either moderate negative export effects or weak positive effective exports are kind of neck and neck. All right, shall we move on to the next and last question? So this one is for, rather than the fish going down the Old River route, it's for fish going down Turner Cut. And we don't know a lot about the fate of fish that go down Turner Cut in terms of what route they take. And that's why you're seeing kind of a gray area in this figure. But for fish that do go down there, what do we think is affecting their survivable, if anything? Is it too early to show the results yet? Okay, getting a lot of minimals. In fairness to the answers that were made available, there probably are some weak weak inflow effects combined with moderate or weak export adverse effects that weren't represented as a choice. So I think in my mind, that's kind of what, some people that are making either E or C are probably kind of trying to decide which of those fit. I was trying to keep it simple and not have different options for each question. This is just sort of a thought experiment. But I agree that there's less potential for an inflow effect in this region just because of its tidal dominance, but there's probably more potential for some kind of an export effect.
If they're headed to the export.
Right. Is your speaker off? I can repeat what you said if it's on. Rebecca was saying that there is potential for an export facility or export effect if they're heading that direction. The closer they get, the more likely it is there's going to be an effect, right? Yeah. Okay, well, folks can continue to answer if they haven't already, but thank you for engaging in that and for sticking around and paying attention for this long. It's much appreciated. It would be fun and interesting to do some more work along those lines of trying to figure out what we think is going on and how we study it, how we manage to get the outcomes we're looking for.
Shout out, should I go to mic?
Let's get you a mic.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just along those lines, it looks like a lot of this hypothesis, we've heard today too that, and Bruce, I mean, you had a slide early on with those adult salmon populations, like we've largely discoupled from the flows in a lot of cases. So, Steve, you mentioned mechanisms. If we're looking at, flows aren't having that big of an impact, a mechanism, people have mentioned predation, the whole time today. Is that the easiest, is that like the most likely mechanism that you guys think, or is that, are there other mechanisms at play? And if that's the case, if it is predation, is it just that it's too kind of difficult, it's too much of a black box, too difficult to work on, or is it probably other factors? I'm just curious your guys' thoughts on that. I know we kind of talked about that, danced around that a lot today, but I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
So let me clarify, are you talking about the mechanisms of poor survival or the decoupling of the abundance flow relationship?
It seems like there's been a decoupling of that flow relationship, but
Yeah.
we still have this horrible survival. That inflow maybe has a little bit of a boost, but in a lot of years not. The exports don't seem to be a big deal. So is the most likely mechanism predation? For a lot of folks to mention that, and if so, how do we study that, or is just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I think, the one thing I've always thought about, because that is such a compelling relationship, was that flow escapement relationship on the San Joaquin. I think the one thing that's difficult about pulling a mechanism out of there is that it's essentially not telling you where that flow relationship occurred. So, because since we're just looking at escapement, so we don't really know if that occurred on the spawning grounds, like it has something to do with intergravel water quality, or did that have something to do at the fry stage? Did it have something to do in the delta? Is it something about spawning success? It's really hard to know, and maybe it's a little piece of all those, because I think kind of all those things have been impacted over that time. But I think the place to start is to develop hypotheses about those mechanisms and test them. And and if we see evidence of absence, it's not the same thing as absence of evidence. We should then move on and test a different mechanism. And I think only by going through those are we going to be able to identify what things we need to work on. But I think it's hard just to make a guess at it just because that relationship is so broad scale. But maybe some other folks have thoughts.
Correlation not being causation, that the decoupling of that happened at the same time as we got the delta just filled up with emergent vegetation, with aquatic vegetation, and the blooming of largemouth bass. So I think predation is a likely explanation as the new limiting factor on what salmon we were getting through. But that varies from year to year too. So flow still has an impact as Dr. Buchanan was showing, and that helps by pushing fish through a bit perhaps, but also by increasing turbidity. so they have a little bit better chance of being able to get away. But it comes back down to we just made that an absolutely not fish-friendly environment. So we made it into something that finally somebody found that they could survive there. We've got an emergent aquatic vegetation, which the largemouth bass and other charcods could use, and that then added a new way, especially in dry years, to knock down the salmon survival. But I think it comes back down to it's just we need to do broad scale production of something for salmon to be in that isn't riprap. And we're doing that on the north, we're not doing it in the south. I don't mean to dodge your question, but that's where I'm thinking there are multiple factors, and some years some factors are more important than others. We've had a lot of dry years. The dry years are warm and they are clear, and that's just bad for salmon, whichever way you look at it. That translating then into also being good for largemouth bass and aquatic veg is more on that. But that's kind of where my brain is.
But you're still hopeful?
Always.
Yeah, well, I'm going to add too that one thing I would like to see while we're waiting for Bruce to rebuild Frank's Tract is an operable barrier with culverts. I mean, you can do the same thing you have now at False River, so you can open it up when you want, close it when you want, and then a bunch of these acoustic tag fish studies in that area. You can track what happens to the ones that get sucked in as if when the barrier is not there, effectively when it's open. What improved survival or change in survival you have when it's closed off. What happens to them once they get in Frank's Tract. Doing something along those lines, I think would be extremely useful and might prod people to get something done in Frank's Tract.
I have a follow-up question.
Sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
There's some discussion about whether or not, even if the actual mechanism of mortality might be predation in many cases, what is it that makes the fish vulnerable to predation? And part of it gets to habitat, as Bruce was talking about. Some might be that fish are getting lost in the interior delta, and so they're there longer, and they're more susceptible to predation because of that. Fish condition is something that we haven't looked a lot at, and certainly weaker fish, smaller fish, those with a poorer condition are going to be more vulnerable to predation as well. And so I think that's something we should look at. Water quality. Someone mentioned we don't do a lot with water quality in the Delta as far as these analyses go, except as add-on effect of increased inflow, for example. But we're not actually measuring water quality to use, partly because it's hard to get those data. And so I think that is also something that we should be looking at. We know that water quality is not very good. We could look at it more fully. And also, as I said, the condition of the fish, conditions aren't necessarily a whole lot better upstream of the Delta in the San Joaquin. It's still not great. And so there have been some studies, those spring run Chinook studies. They included releases of fish up in the restoration area, monitoring survival through that region and from that region, and have found that water quality models or water quality based assessments of survival are more explanatory than these kind of a geographical basis of survival as we've been estimating it in the Delta. So that's something that we should consider as well to try to get an idea of what the actual mechanisms are.
So we're coming near the end of questions. We're not done yet, but just if you have questions, get them into us. I have a follow-up question for you, Bruce. Frank's Tract is kind of a unique opportunity just because it's a sunken island and it's a huge area. Do you see us being able to do something smaller in like we were kind of identifying potentially the San Joaquin as a corridor that maybe you would put things in, but that's not like a huge area. You'd be doing things along the side. You can envision that though?
There are already, the Mandeville tip and other places are already there. We could be looking for others. The deep islands are going to be a problem, but at least there's some setback levees that we put in on the San Joaquin. There's room for improvement, but from where we are, that's not saying a whole lot. But I'm with Steve, focusing on getting a good pathway, like for the North Delta. We're working on the North Delta Arc, having a San Joaquin route that all of the effort goes into makes a little more sense than anything else I can think of.
Yeah. Thank you. Paul, can I give you a microphone? Thank you.
When Rebecca said water quality, could you elaborate? Like, which constituents are you referring to?
Well, that's a good question. I'm speaking very generally. But when I first mentioned it, I was thinking of, say, nitrogen or phosphorus or other agricultural runoff metrics that I don't know very much about. There is a paper that is, I think, in press on the salmon, on the spring run Chinook, with the water quality results there. Should be coming out sometime in the next few months, I guess, in the Canadian Journal Fisheries and Aquatic Management. Colby House is the primary author.
There was a cool study done by USGS 20 years ago where they went out to see what pesticide loadings were to San Joaquin, and they found that they increased in wet year and were less in the dry year, which surprised them because they were thinking that it would dilute, and so therefore your concentrations would be down. But in fact, in the wet year, they found that the orchards were getting their oil sprays and getting washed off, and so they had to go out and spray them again. And then they got washed off, and then they went out and sprayed them again. So the loading of contaminants from the runoff, and that in a dry year you didn't have as much runoff, so that you actually had worse conditions in the moderately wet years. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it's not my bailiwick, but I just am remembering that as the most counterintuitive but explainable result. Oh, it's a wet year. That means they're killing more stuff in the waterways. But this, and I was out with a new graduate student once touring the Delta, and we happened to come upon the pumping the water off the island into the channel on Old River, and he was not California, and he just couldn't believe that we would be doing this. We'd just be taking the water off the farmland with contaminants of fertilizer as well as pesticides and spraying it out across the river where we were trying to protect salmon, which was what we were there to see. But it opened my eyes to the fact that I'm blind to the things that we've seen a lot, and his new eyes were like, that's not right. But it's where most of the water comes from now.
So a question online, shifting gears a little bit. Does the head of Old River barrier significantly improve through Delta survival?
Ask me.
For steelhead, it does, based on the first 6-year study. For fall run Chinook, it did not. In fact, for fall run Chinook, survival, if anything, was a little bit higher or maybe higher in the Old River route, because most of the fish that got to Chips Island came through the CVP salvage. So for Chinook, the head of Old River barrier actually hurt survival, I would say. But for steelhead, it seems more obvious that it is helping survival, or it was helping survival.
And for the San Joaquin route specifically?
And that, I think the mechanism would be through improving survival in the San Joaquin route. And for steelhead, that route had higher survival than the Old River route when the barrier was in place. when the barrier was not in place, the two routes had comparable survival. So it was really, you were able to get an improved survival through that one route with the barrier in place. And then increased inflow on top of that would help as well to maximize survival.
Okay, thank you. And then I think we were talking a little bit at lunch and if you could just comment on the head of, when it's not in place and we're looking at survival through the old, it's through the head, through Old River, the difference between Chinook and steelhead survival.
Right. So there is quite an observed difference between what you see for fall run Chinook and what you see for steelhead. For the Chinook, as I said, the largest component of survival to Chips Island actually was from those fish that were salvaged at the CVP. And for steelhead, that did not represent a large component of the survivals or the fish that survived to Chips Island. So my thinking with that is that the Chinook they're considerably smaller, as we talked about before, and the survival for them out in the Delta channels, it just looks like it's so poor out in the Delta channels that the route that is working for them, not working very well, but working, is through the CVP salvage, as ironic as that is. For the steelhead, they're considerably larger, they're a different species, they have different behaviors, and they actually have a chance at surviving through the Delta channels, or including the San Joaquin, to Chips Island, and they seem to do better in the non-salvage routes.
Thank you. And then we have a question about diversions. So any sense of impacts to salmonids from the many unscreened diversions that are in the South Delta?
That's a great question. That's some more data that I would love to have.
Further down, they're pumping water off the island rather than pumping it on. So those don't entrain, don't salvage. It's hard. We need a third word. So some of them get a pass because they're pushing water off rather than putting it on.
Mm-hmm.
The little bit work that was done on Sherman Island showed very few fish getting taken in on the small schooners.
Being trained.
Yeah, that's true. But then, just anecdotally, I've seen, vortices above siphons in the central and south delta when they're putting water on. That it's really whipping when the water's going in there. And the other thing I've seen is fish in the irrigation canals on islands that dry out in the fall and winter when they're not irrigating. And I don't think it's spontaneous generation. So something's coming in through the siphons.
The carbon carbon sequestration ponds are below sea level, so they're getting water in on them, and people have planted lots of fish in there. There's nothing people like more than putting animals where they weren't before. There's some feeling of power and God strength that just makes everybody want to do that.
Well, thank you so much, panel, for the discussion and answering everyone's questions. We are getting near the end of one of my first meetings since 2020. So I just want to thank people for being here today and calling in online. And I want to ask the panel for any concluding remarks that you have, about what we know, what additional science we might need, how we might manage differently for better results, and if you want people to walk away with, one take-home message today, what do you want that to be? Would anyone like to volunteer? Do you want me to call on you? Big question.
One from me is if you're looking at the delta, look at the tides before you look at net flow. That's where most of the flow is. And think about how those are operating.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg.
And I'm kind of with Greg from a slightly different viewpoint. If you want to think about the fish of the delta and the fish you value, if you value any, try to think from the fish's viewpoint. And that will get you past looking at things like net flow and things like velocity, things like turbidity, that fish actually, that affect fish directly. And try to construct some mechanism that links what you think directs the fish into how that would be manageable, but not, we have generally just tried to find a tool to do a job, and we could do better. Yeah, I'm rambling now, sorry. But try to see the world from the fish viewpoint before you start trying to figure out how to protect the fish. And I think you have better success.
And I think along with that, we need to be thinking not just what the mechanism might be and how it looks to a fish, but how it would look to us in data set. So how are we going to recognize its presence or its absence in a negative sort of way that we could accept and say, okay, it's not bad. And so that gets back into the role of experimentation. One other thing that I think would be, and I know would be helpful for me, is identifying what does survival need to be, what should it be through this region. We talk about the effect of exports or inflow or maybe tides or other measures. And for fall run Chinook, for example, survival's so low. At one point we saw like a higher survival, a doubling of survival to Chips Island, but it was from like 0.02 to 0.04. And like, well, that's an increase, but it's really not a biologically significant increase. I mean, maybe to an individual fish who happened to get out, but as far as a population goes, that's not going to help. So if we want to identify management mechanisms to get to improve survival for either species, what does survival need to be? And then that might help us identify what we need to be testing and at what level we need to test. If little tiny changes in exports or even changes in inflow are not going to make a big enough change in survival that we can recover this population, it would be great if we knew that, and then we could take some of these bigger steps, maybe along the lines of what Steve was talking about, instead of incremental changes.
All right, I guess my summary would be I'd repeat some advice I got when I was a young man doing some dumb things, which is if you keep doing what you're doing, you keep getting what you're getting. And I feel like we keep doing what we're doing and we keep getting what we're getting. And if we keep using a screwdriver to do a hammer's job, we're not going to get very far. So I think we've acquired a lot of evidence that inflow effects are very important, that export effects seem to be much less so. And so confounded ratios like I to E are not going to be effective at being protective. And that if we do want to be protective, we need to really figure out what those mechanisms are and construct some studies based on hypotheses, like Rebecca said, that have the power that everybody agrees that the result is going to be meaningful and compelling. And then we can start developing tools that can help us make some progress. And yeah, so I think that's about all I got. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you so much, everyone, today for coming to the symposium. Thank you so much for our speakers, for traveling, for people for being here in person, for calling in our line, for our IT support. We've had a lot of behind-the-scenes work with everyone here today. I think it was really successful. It's really nice to gather with people in person and see everyone and reconnect again. And The recording today, or the symposium today, was recorded. It is going to be available on the State Water Contractors website. We're also going to write up a little summary of what we've heard that will be available before the end of the year. We can let participants know when that's available, but again, it'll be posted on the State Water Contractors website when that's complete. And we look forward to doing many more of these types of sessions. If you have an idea for a symposium, please let us know. We're happy to work with all of you to have more opportunities to get together to discuss data and management and options that we have moving forward. So thank you so much for State Water Contractors for hosting us today, and I hope everyone has a fantastic Tuesday. Thank you. Yeah.